Sa competitive scene ka na or pro player, kailangan mong mas bilisan yung paglulot mo para makapwesto talaga kayo agad. Yung role ng pagiging fragger, kailangan mo talaga ng malakas na firepower kasi ikaw yung mag-e-entry sa laban or mag-i-start ng laban. Hindi mo kailangan ma-down hanggat maaari. Dalawa lang din kasi yun. Una kang mamamatay or mas marami kang mapapatay bukod sa ibang role ng kasama. Ako sa team ko, bukod sa pagiging IGL, flanker yung role ko. Yung flanker, ikaw yung maghahanap ng perfect spot para malikuran mo yung mga kalaban nang hindi nila nalalaman. Sample, may lulusubin kayong compound. Kailangan maibigay mo sa mga kasama mo kung ilan yung tao sa compound para mas madali nyong ma-execute yung kalaban. Hanggat maaari, pag nag-flank ka sa isang compound or may kalaban, kailangan bago ka bumaril, dapat sure na meron kang madadown na isa para makapag-push na yung mga fragger and support fragger. Doon na magsisimula yung execution. Situational kasi sa laro yan dahil yung fragger nyo, dahil sa team may mamamatay at mamamatay din. Kaya kailangan nyo mag-switch sa mga role nyo. Pero kung apat pa kayong buhay, kailangan nyo mag-stick sa mga role nyo. Kaya nga may role kayo para mas pag-focusan mo yung pagpa-practice or pagpapalakas sa role na yun. Yung nagko-cover fire sa mga entry fragger natin na lumulusob sa isang compound, siya rin yung mga nagbibigay ng smoke para makapag-focus yung fragger and support fragger sa pag-kill sa mga kalaban. Sobrang importante ng support dahil siya yung nagko-cover fire sa mga kasama niya, siya rin yung nag-i-smoke. Ganun na rin yung pagre-revive niya sa mga kasama niya. Hanggat maaari kasi mas magandang yung support lang yung magre-revive para iintindihin na lang ng mga fragger yung pag-kill or pag-execute sa mga kalaban. Sobrang mahalaga yung pag-scout mo sa ibang team kasi mas makakapagplano kayo ng maayos or makakagalaw kayo ng confident kasi malalaman nyo yung dropping point nila, yung mga favorite spot nila para makapag-rotate kayo ng maayos at alam nyo kung saan kayo dadaan. Sobrang dami ng pagkakaiba nila kasi sa fragger and support fragger, kailangan lang nila na humawak ng dalawang automatic na barrel tulad ng M416, kasama na rin yung UMP 45 or Uzi. At sa support naman, kailangan lang niyang hawakan ang M416 or SCAR-L. Ang kakombine naman nun, DMR tulad ng SLR, SKS, and Mini 14. Or pwede rin naman na sniper tulad ng Car 98 or AWM, mas maganda, and M24. Ang gun meta ngayon na ginagamit sa entry fragger or fragger kasi kailangan mong gumamit ng M416, kasama naman niya yung Uzi or UMP 45 or AKM. At sa support naman, kailangan mong gumamit ng DMR tulad ng SLR, Mini 14, SKS. Kasama na rin niya dun yung M416. Hindi talaga mawawala yung M416 sa meta kasi pwede siya sa close encounter, mid, and long mo magamit. Pwede rin naman yung sniper para sa support. Kasama niya pa din yung M416 or SCAR-L. Sobrang importante ng aim kasi sa pro scene, makita mo lang yung kalaban mo, hanggat maaari kailangan mong mapatay ka agad. Kasi makukuha nila yung location mo once na binaril mo sila tapos hindi mo naman napatay. So, pwedeng mabaliktad yung laro. Kung magaling mag-aim yung kalaban mo, ikaw pa yung madadown once na hindi mo siya natamaan or napatay. Iba-iba kasi yung mga grip. Depende din sa barrel tulad ng M416. Ako bilang player or pro player, ang madalas kong gamitin na grip, angle grip or light grip kasi mas less yung recoil niya. Sa iba naman, sa mga fragger, ang ginagamit nila na grip, laser para sa close encounter. Meron ding vertical grip and half grip. Pero hindi ko siya ginagamit kasi depende na rin sa pag-control mo ng recoil yun. Mas komportable lang din talaga ako sa light and angle grip. Sa pro scene, kailangan din talaga ng finger sleeve or pulbo. Kasi yung ibang tao pasmado yung kamay, so mas kailangan nila ng finger sleeve para mas madali nilang ma-swipe yung pag-aim nila or paggalaw nila. Or pwede rin naman kasi na pulbo tulad ko. Hindi ako sanay sa finger sleeve kasi parang hindi ko nararamdaman na pumipindot ako, kaya mas pinipili ko na lang na gamitin yung pulbo. Tara, panoorin natin yung PUBG Mobile World Invitational namin. Ito yung time na finish kami ng A1 Esports. Ayan, kung makikita nyo, napatay kagad ni Claire yung isa. Tapos si Tyra walang buhay, pati si Sinister. Ayan, nag-molotov si Aeons dyan, nung time na yan. Tapos naalala ko, sinasabi niya pa na i-push ko na yung kalaban. Ayan, na-down si Aeons. Si Tyra nakadapa lang. Down na rin si yung isa sa A1 na nag-push amin. So, dalawa na lang yung kalaban namin. Tapos, yung isa sa kanila, pinush din si Claire sa loob ng bahay. Kung makikita nyo, down na rin yung dalawa sa amin. Si Claire tsaka si Aeons. Naalala ko, yung sinabi ko dyan na magpupush na din ako. Kasi kailangan nila ng backup. Ayan, yung sinabi ko kay Tyra na hintayin niya muna ako makapunta. Ayan, kung makikita nyo, katabi ko na si Tyra. Nagagis ako ng nade. 2 versus 2 na lang to. Kasi si Claire and Aeons down nga. Ayan, pinush ko na. Nag-free fire ako, na-down ko yung isa. Tapos ito yung last guy nila, si Sinister. Ayan, na-insta-kill ko sila. Ayan, natuluyan nga lang si Aeons, pero mare-revive ko naman si Claire. Kung makikita nyo, 1v3, pero nahihirapan yung geek na i-push yung Zeus sa taas kasi may mga naka-cover fire. Ayan yung cover fire ng Zeus na nasa taas. Kaso na-down na rin siya. Ay, nagbabandage lang siya kasi ay natuluyan na yung isa sa Zeus. Nakuha na ng geek yung spot na pasok sa bilog. And kung makikita nyo sa bilog, lahat sila nakapasok na. Tapos itong DX nakapwesto na rin. Ando doon kami, naubos na namin yung A1 nga. So, kung makikita nyo dito, yung spot namin sobrang clear na. And waiting na lang kami sa kalaban. Sa next circle, ayan, hihintayin namin yung next circle kung saan mapupunta. Ayan. Akala ng geek, hindi pa namamatay yung nasa taas. Tinira siya ng Zeus. Ayan, na-clear na nila. Nakapanik na yung isang member ng geek sa second floor. Para mas makakita siya ng ibang spot na susunod na gagawin nila. Kaso ayun, meron ditong kill feed, makikita nyo rin na nabomba ng geek yung kakampi niya rin. Ayan. Sa ganitong kaliit na bilog, sobrang crucial yung nangyari na yan. Buti na lang wala silang kadikit na ibang team kasi kung meron man, sobrang bad day nun para sa kanila kasi na-clear na nila tapos aksidente pa na nabomba niya yung kasama niya. And closing na yung next circle. Napunta sa amin yung bilog. Ito, nag-shift na yung bilog tapos malapit sa amin yung next circle tapos maraming nasa labas ng bilog. Ang mangyayari kasi niyan, pagka ganyan, maglalaban-laban sila lahat ng wala sa bilog para lang makapasok sa next circle. Tapos kami, sobrang, ang ganda na ng spot namin kasi less na yung mga makakalaban namin. Tapos nasa loob pa kami ng bilog. Na-eliminate na rin yung meets ng BTR. Etong Zeus, wala na rin sila sa bilog. Tumitingin sila ng next move nila. Papanik yata siya ng bubong. And pumanik siya ng bubong, feel ko, para makapag-scout para sa next move nila. Naman yung mga BTR, malapit lang din sila sa bilog. So, kailangan lang muna nilang mag-gatekeep. Si Tyra nakapag-down ng isang member ng DX. And kung makikita nyo, nasa gitna na kami ng bilog. Kailangan na lang namin depensan na hindi maagaw yung spot sa amin. Nakakuha ng 1 kill si Tyra. Meron na kaming total ng 5 kills dito. 6 circle na to, so sobrang liit na nito. Marami pa kami, 19 alive pa. Ito yung BTR, nag-smoke na sila. Nagre-ready na sila para makapasok sa bilog. Pero merong, yung Valdus na dadaan sa kanila. Na-down yung isa sa BTR ng Valdus. Nag-push na sila kasi closing na yung bilog. Kailangan nilang patayin yung BTR para makapasok sa bilog. Kasi naka-gatekeep na dun yung BTR. Yung isa sa Val. Sobrang crowded na kung makikita nyo. Ang dami nang nadadown na hindi na nakikita ng camera. Yung BTR. Valdus, isa sa mga top teams yan. O kilala talaga na malakas sa laro ng PUBG. Closing na yung bilog. Na-down nila yung isa sa BTR. So tingin ko dito, kailangan na nilang i-push talaga. Kasi wala na silang choice. Kailangan talaga nilang patayin to. And gumawa na ng move si Concept. And inismokan ni Ryzen yung kasama niya. Kasi alam niya na papush na yung Valdus. Ayun na doon yung isa. Ang ganda ng pwesto ng BTR dito. Nasa ridge sila. Ayan, nagbobombahan lang sila dito. And kung makikita nyo sa bilog, wala na kaming kalaban. Kasi na-clear na namin yung mga papasok sa amin na galing sa ibang side. Tapos ito, yung hindi pa rin tapos yung BTR tsaka yung Valdus maglaban. 5 teams na lang, 11 alive. 7 circle na. Pasok ulit kami sa bilog. Hanggat maaari, hindi mo na kailangan tumayo para bumaril-baril dyan. Kasi once na tumayo ka, mabibigay mo yung location mo. Malaki yung chance na ma-knockdown ka rin kagad. Ayan. Ang natitira na lang, Zeus, tapos Blacklist, Valdus, BTR, tsaka RC. Ayan, yung Zeus from Mongolia, Valdus, Thailand, BTR, Indonesia, Japan naman yung RC. Ito, dikit-dikit na lang sila, oh. Yung Zeus. Iniskopan niya ako, nandiyan ako sa doghouse, hinihintay ko lang din yung mga kalaban kasi pasok naman ako sa bilog. Then ayun, sila Claire and Tyra, ayan, sinabihan ko si Claire na lumapit na, pumasok na sa bilog, tapos si Tyra magpaiwan muna. And si Claire, nakakuha na siya ng spot niya. And yung Zeus, ipupush na kami. Ito, BTR and Valdus, naglaban na din. Na-down ni Claire yung isa sa Zeus. Nag-push sila sa amin kasi wala na sila sa bilog. Kailangan nila kaming labanan para lang makapasok sa bilog. Kami naman, kailangan lang namin depensahan kung sino man yung papasok sa amin. Na-down na ni Tyra si Abeli ng Zeus. Ito yung last game nila. Pero kung makikita nyo, meron din na isang team pa doon na from RC. Natatandaan ko ang makapatay nito si Claire yata. Open area na siya pero hindi pa namin nakikita kung saan yung saktong location niya kasi nakadapa lang siya. Once na tumayo siya, makikita siya ng kung sino man yung nakatingin dyan. Ayan. So, binaril niya. Nakita ni Zeus Godless yung si RC Lapis. Kaya nalaman din namin yung location niya. Ayun, napatay siya ni Claire. Kasi nakita yung gunshot. 3 teams na lang. 2 teams na lang. So, ito, yung time na BTR na lang yung kalaban namin. Ayan, 5 alive na lang, 2 na lang yung kalaban namin. So, nung na-down yan, hindi namin alam. Tapos, ang shot call ko sa kanila dito, wait lang, sabay-sabay na tayo. Huwag niyong malitin yung kalaban para mas madali natin yan i-chicken dinner. Ayan. So, kung makikita nyo, hawak ko pa yung nade kasi hindi namin na malayan na down nga yung isa. Nag-nade pa ako dyan. Kasi alam ko dyan yung gunshot. Tapos, ayun, boom. Tapos yung laban. Chicken dinner na natin yan. Ayun yung day 1 ng PUBG Mobile World Invitational. Day 1 and first game yan. Nakuha ng Blacklist International yung chicken dinner. Agad. Advice ko lang sa mga beginner na gusto maglaro ng PUBGM. Unang-una, kailangan meron kayong magandang device kung papasok kayo sa competitive scene. Pwede rin naman na yung mga normal lang, kung casual lang yung gusto nyo. Kung papasok kayo ng competitive scene, kailangan yung focusan yung aiming nyo, kailangan yung game sense nyo, kailangan nyo rin matutunan yung paggamit ng gyro. Kasi mas madali nyong mapokontrol yung pag-recoil. Sa mga bagong pro player sa scene, ang mapapayo ko lang sa inyo, panatiliin yung nasa baba yung paa nyo, pero yung mata nyo sa langit. Kasi hindi lang naman nagbe-base yan sa skill. Kailangan nyo rin ng positive attitude and mindset para tularan din kayo ng mga tulad nyo na gustong pumasok sa pros. At sana may natutunan kayo. For the next Razer Masterclass, we will be featuring Vigor Gaming.
Make it clap. Rooftop party, we get naughty. Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, for all faces, races, and all genders, because gaming is for everyone. Of course, I'm your host today. My name's Aya Maria, and welcome back here at the Razer Invitational 2022. So the past 5 days or 4 days, we had the MLBB division, but right now we are now going to dive in towards the PUBG Mobile matches. And we did one yesterday. We kickstarted it yesterday with the lovely BK taking the reins as a host. Thank you so much for filling in for me. But I will be taking over from today and tomorrow, which is the last day for the PUBG Mobile. So for those of you who are still unaware, the Razer Invitational features the top 10 or the top teams coming out or coming from the Southeast Asia as they duke it out for the 30,000 USD as the prize pool and pave the way for this year's upcoming SEA Games. So to all the aspiring esports player who just want to show the world of what they've got, it's like the right and the best place for you to do so. And of course, this tournament is sanctioned to you by the SEA Games Federation and is presented by Razer, by gamers, and for gamers. And hello, a lot of people making noise here in the chat. I'm seeing a lot of Philippine flags here, just flexing it, saying good luck to their PH teams. Come on, guys, from all the representatives or the participants for today, go and make some noise here. Let me see those other flags. Besides the Philippines, we've got Malaysia, Thailand, and everyone just coming together for the PUBG Mobile tournament and giving everybody that boost of confidence that, hey, we're just here. We're just backing you up. And just to give you a recap of what happened yesterday, Thailand wins 3 chicken dinners, while Malaysia getting the last map, and the games will run for 4 more maps as the scores are tallied up by the kills and chicken dinner earned by each region. But today we'll be doing 4 more rounds. So that's 4 more. Sorry, I can hear myself. So 12 matches overall. So looks like Thailand continues to show that dominance not only in MLBB division but also in PUBG Mobile. And without any further ado, let's get right into it now. Just throwing and passing the mic to our awesome PUBG Mobile casters representing Malaysia today. Let's welcome Sir Cloud and Choo Choo. Let's rock and roll, guys.
Oh, thank you so much, Aya. And we had a really good talk before, and it's always a pleasure having such a cheerful personality and such a good host as well. But Sir Cloud, we're down to day number 2 here today.
Yes, and this is day number 2, and she just threw the mic at us, so we gotta grab the mic from somewhere, and there you go. And yeah, and as Aya mentioned yesterday as well, yesterday was Thailand's day. Out of 4 rounds, they got 3 chicken dinners, and the 4th chicken dinner won by Malaysia. So are they going to continue on their momentum today? Can't wait to see if it's going to be still Thailand or any other country.
No, full course meal of Thais and 1 Malaysian dessert. But yesterday, I think a bit of recap, maybe not really. But regarding about yesterday's match, I have to say a lot of teams actually step up their game, but it's just not enough yet. But when it comes to, we mentioned about Sunhawk today, which is going to be very different when it compared to ERANGEL and also MIRAMAR Cloud. Speaking of which, this is a very small map, and we have huge number of teams this time.
Oh yeah, we did talk about this yesterday as well. Like, how would 18 teams fare in the smallest map? Well, this is your answer, ladies and gentlemen. In like what, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, we already saw 2 teams being eliminated. So that's how hard and fast that this round can be. So just looking at the current distribution of their drops, looks like on the northern side we have 2 teams on the northern side, and here we have it, Thailand is in the house facing off against the Philippines.
Yep, again, starting off very strong and very aggressive. We do know this is a wild card map when it comes to Sunhawk. Nobody actually getting a leeway and extra life or whatsoever, and we're looking at Logan trying to run away and try to reposition himself to get a better view, but it's just so tough for him to wrap things around with the Philippines going out strong this time. Logan, he still managed to exchange for another one. He's still standing and running about, getting 1 elimination point. I have to say that's a huge one with 1v3 at this point. Logan just really making it hard for the Philippines at the moment.
Oh yeah, Logan, the one-man army though, but Logan will be taken out by Rhinon instead. So, but unfortunately for the Philippines, they will lose 2 team members in the process. Now they're gonna continue on the fight. Doesn't seem to be the case, but maybe Rhinon might want to try and do something here. But I mean, 2v3 against the Thai teams, being still 16 teams, might want to consider to go for placement points instead.
We did mention about this to debate for a bit. Like, we do know the form is quite different when it comes to this tournament. It's not worthy for them to actually bow out quite early, and it's best for them to save and play as cautious as possible, as the placement point is quite huge. 20 points for the first, the chicken dinner, and the second is going to be 15 points. So regardless, it's best to avoid, and it's going to be just which Johnny just being Kobe by Raymond coming up from Philippines. They're making it all out. I have to say, today is just on point.
Wow, and not only that, Nate though, the shots landed onto Mela. Mela is now critical. He needs to recover himself. Should be okay. Oh, Mela doesn't have first aids. Oh my goodness, so that's the bad news here. Mela doesn't have first aids, okay. But he needs to face up against Raymond at least. There's another teammate of Raymond. I think he's still in the compound somewhere. But Mela against Raymond before he can pick up Godtuni. Godtuni will succumb to his injuries, and there will not be enough time for Mela to pick him up. But Mela will still need to finish up the job against Raymond.
It's going to be a very long stalemate between these two. Mela trying to disengage and wrap things around. Again, Raymond is just being very stubborn getting this one out. And Raymond just couldn't get it out on time while Mela gets the vintage point. Opti actually managed to actually secure one for the exchange. I think that's going to be worthy from the Philippines too. Second team, which is going to be from Zap as their representative of Philippines. It's going to be the Filipino pride running about with the comments right now. They managed to secure that win with 4 elimination points. That's huge coming up from them in the first phase of a circle.
Ew, that's going to be a big state when you're coming in from the Philippines. Managing to eliminate one of the Thai teams. So now Thai teams only have 1 team. So that's going to be singular for now. Now we move forward to Cambodia. We're face up against Laos, and they do have the Hydra advantage. Now Starlord is in trouble. 40% of health, and Starlord will be gunned down by Nexia.
Maxon trying to revive at the moment while the rest of Team Laos coming in and start to surrounding, cornering every angle possible. It's just they don't have enough time. It seems impossible for them to get out of this if they miss the opportunity to disengage. They can actually go for a retreat. It's never too late right now. But the moment they will, less than 5 seconds time, they actually have to disengage here for the teams. But they still want to take up the challenge here, manage to give up the pressure for Skynin, eyeing out from the Laos, Black him on the ground. Oh well, it's gonna be my fault. There you go. And Skynin going all in, full force, all cylinders for the teams there. Cambodians really taking it all out for the first match, getting all cylinders out, really heated as the crossfire still keep on going.
Oh, long. Not too sure if he can clutch this though. It's 1v2 against the high ground. At the same time, Noah's trying to give him backup though, trying to help Long to disengage, but it's just too much open space for Long now. I think there are a couple of smokes been tossed up, but not being deployed yet, it seems. Now, Cambodia is definitely not going to get that Long go. Skynin is going in for the flanks, and the nade will be cooked up by Skynin. Long, he's fixed there. He doesn't have anywhere to go, and that nade, it should land onto Long, but looks like not, interestingly. And Long could still pick up his teammate.
I'm surprised they go in for the rush. They have this advantage at first for Cambodians, but this is where it's a bit of a problem. They are overthinking for a bit, coming up from APG Esports Cambodia, try to just close the deal here, but they are not convinced the fact that it's only two of them right in front, as Noah are giving off the pressure and give off the idea there's more of them behind there somewhere. So that's sort of answered for us why they have been so hesitant about pushing in or rushing it out and making sure they can close the deal here. Skynin, on the other hand, I have to say they have been staying here way too long around ruins, so it's a bit risky for them if there's another third party passing by.
Yeah, that's one risk, and of course the risk is that, well, if they are playing by the edge of the circle, it's unlikely for them to get the circle as it moves in. But now we move over to another team. But before that, Skynin finally gets a knockdown onto Long. That had a long wait for him to be taken down.
I mean, like, that's like 2 times in a row now, Long being knocked down again. I mean, like, Long must have been cursing all this while after that happened again one more time. Now finding legs in, gonna get himself on the flank side, which really a good vintage point on the blind spot of Laos team number 7, which gonna be at front. There you go, he managed to secure the deal, getting the execution done, and that's what they have been longing for that long. And now that's down to 3 person, and the Cambodia team get themselves 6 elimination points already. Quite aggressive start here, if I must say.
Yeah, they're starting to definitely tune up the aggression, getting closer and closer to their opponents. Next in on one side, and we have Skynin on the other, having them surrounded. Now, I'm curious to know where will the second circle end. If the second circle is not in this area, it's definitely not going to be good news for either of these teams. And for Cambodia to be really focusing on Laos, trying to eliminate them, I'm not too sure if they took too much time, but hopefully it's going to be worth it.
But is it really worth it though? Because we're still in the first phase of a circle, and we've mentioned about this multiple times in the first day that it's good to actually have early skirmishes. But is it worth it to not even ended up in the top 5? Because that's where everything matters. The position point is really huge in this tournament. And if you manage to secure yourself 1 elimination points, that's great. It's still 1 point only if you compare it to Chicken 20 points out there. So it's really a big question. Do they want to elimination? Because you can't balance things out when it comes to this kind of point system. But Pubgm apparently seems like one of the hardest spots down there. But a lot of teams are already evacuated and might just transfer or migrate themselves right in the center between maybe some of them hovering around Painan at the moment.
And the circle is still within the area where Cambodia as well as Laos is fighting. So looks like it's going to be a stalemate for a moment, but Nexin seems to be finding a way out. I guess that's the right decision, considering that you don't want to extend this fight before a third party comes in, like what you just mentioned.
What do you mean not extending? They have been extending this for some time now. Like we're at almost 15 minutes, maybe entering into there now, and they're still fighting it. They're definitely extending way too much. It's overdue, and they still want something more out of this. I don't think it's a good idea, and we do want to see like the disengagement to happen, but they're really how do I say stubborn people that actually want to go for more. But this is very interesting. The fact that the Malaysian teams come out from team number 9, which are going to be 4 Rivals Alliance, come out from Malaysia, actually shared a compound with the Myanmars for some time as well.
Yeah, that has been a while though. But for this one, okay, this is the areas of quarry. Maybe it's been a while as well. So this is Indonesia going up against Brunei. Brunei having the high ground, Genta on the low ground. But Genta got to be careful. There's another team just right behind him though, and that is going to be the Malaysia as well as Myanmar team that we saw earlier. So Genta is actually stuck in between these two teams.
Seems like it's possible for him to get out unless he tries to slowly squeeze in slowly in every structure he has to take covers with. A problem is the rest of the team are quite spread thin. I have to say it's just too far out of reach. And it's a very unusual, if you ask me, come up from the Indonesian team, which is going to be represented by Bigatron Ion. But we do know, individually speaking, these guys have what it takes. When it's 1v5 or 1v4, they don't really care. They just, everything that moves, they're just going to start to shoot. But we do have the circle later on, which is going to be popped very soon. Is it going to be Painan or is it going to be Bootcamp? But high possibility it's going to be in between. Well, it's going to be the Bridge of Death later on, just on the outskirts of Painan. We've seen that kind of circle before, and then the circle kind of attracted to this kind of compound usually, but we do have a lot of teams already concentrated around this area, so whoever comes late, good luck, have fun facing the gatekeepers.
Yep, we can see there are a number of gatekeepers already implanted around, and this is one of it, maybe. Genta, all alone, of course. Let's see if it can be the solo single gatekeeper. But it's going to be a bit tougher. But now we move over to Lao, the second Lao team. In fact, this team still has a full squad. And of course, this is 9 Esports representing Lao. It's just going to chill around Painan, considering that the circle is... Painan is centered around the circle at this moment. So I think everyone's pretty much settled down in their own area. We may see more fights in circle number 3.
Now, speaking of Team Lao just now, which is represented by 9 Esports, they got themselves that Painan. The advantage of the Painan not being used at full potential here, because they're all indoors, and that's not going to give them the access of information regarding what's happening outside. I was hoping they can actually get on top of a roof to actually have a more vantage point to see whereabouts, like a wider perspective to play with, and more spaces for the team to move around in case somebody just tried to rush in. But that's not happening right now. And we did mention this is Sunhawk, the usual Sunhawk when it comes to the official, like tournaments, the leagues, the big leagues, for example, that we've casted before. We've seen a lot of healing games, especially in this state right now in Razer Invitational South Asia. The position points, the placement points, so crucially important. I think we might see a lot of players might resort towards playing healing game just to you know, get the hang that they can actually survive as long as possible, if they can even get a chicken in at that point.
Oh yeah, I think that's a really good point though. So considering that the point system is slightly different, it's a little bit more rewarding for players or teams that get more placement points. We might see healing games in this round. So, but the question is, who's going to play the healing game? If we go through the team list, I don't think I've seen any of these teams playing the healing game, not natural or normally. But who knows? With the point system change, they might change their strategy as well.
I mean, like, if they're desperate enough, why not? But the problem is, to find a utilities to actually having a first aid kit is nowhere to be found. If you look at the players, they try to gather themselves as much looting as possible. They're still broke right now. Most of the players having band-aids to work with, and not much, I think, when it comes to hand grenades. I'm not sure if they have enough to actually survive for the next couple of rounds, next couple of phases. Some of them even dancing right now, and most of the teams that are really going for, they don't care, they just want to go jump and shoot and just loot. They might one of it going to be the Singaporeans Almighty, who's just going to transition himself from one compound to the other, jump in compounds and get the loot as much as possible and gather some information, where most of the teams are actually right in the center of Painan, just sitting ducks right now. I'm not sure if that's really a good strat, but when it comes to survivability, that might be one of the things that you can consider. But at this state, anybody can rush here. They didn't gather any info or access from the outer world instead of what's indoors.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like, release yourself! There's a whole big world out there. There's a whole new
Freedom!
world. Just like what? Freedom! Yes, go! Just like what the Singaporeans are doing right now. They're moving. We can see Virgil just invading the blue zone, moving, finding as many, maybe first aids. I don't know. Maybe they're going to play the healing game, but see the world like what the other teams are doing.
Yeah, but I agree. Especially the Singaporean team do gather themselves quite a number of loot, if you ask me. Especially their medical utilities are quite handy. But for the Philippines, they are tanking way too much into the blue. Now, this is the third phase. It will hurt quite a lot. But the fourth one will definitely gonna hurt them too much. So hopefully they don't tank way too much into the blue, and they need to get into the circle as much as possible. But they might have to face one of the Singaporean teams who's transitioning themselves, just letting it round by rank. Can't even pop that. Oh no! That's gonna be a bad sign, a bad omen for the side of the Philippines.
Oh man, will it be? And yes, right now looks like the gunfire is starting to happen. And Team Philippines, they need to make that move. They have 4 first aids though, at least for Rankit, and now Singapore is also stuck together with them, and they're gonna shoot. And Vexy, he has the advantage. Just looking at this, so Vexy, he has a better position because it doesn't seem that Demigod knows that he's there, and Demigod seems to be not moving, maybe already starting to heal. Not too sure.
This is too early for healing. Now, Demigod, he got himself sometimes very good position, but when he's in a very good position, he always hesitant to make a call. And Vaxi definitely is cooking up the nade. Seems like a Kobe to me, and it's easy one for Vaxi. Just gonna charge right in. Almighty Singaporean just gonna go for the execution. They're about having a hard time to find it out. Hey, just not really. I'm not sure this is actually a good investment for him to stay in the blue way too much, as they are quite far into the circle, and none of this team will actually survive if they're just gonna linger around anymore. Now, this is a 4th phase, Cloud. It's gotta hurt quite a lot here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to sting there. Just like the bullets coming in from Rankit onto the other side. And talking about the zone actually knocked down one of the Filipino players, I believe. And now it's down to Rankit, the last man standing, and only 4 first aids. That's not going to cut it. That's not going to cut it to heal like to a top 5 position.
Still gonna be Painan circle. Well, we haven't seen a lot of the Thai team just now. You mentioned about that. They definitely are playing it very safe at first, and when it comes to the 4th and 5th phase, that's where they just shoot everybody that moves, everything that moves, even leaves. They might just shot it down. Here it comes for Brunei's ESB, bad just now, but the Singaporeans, one of their teams are going out. I think that's going to be Farang, if I'm not mistaken, or Almighty at first. But back to it's another Brunei team. The Singaporeans really having a hard time here today, starting off day number 2.
Yeah, it's still not their day just yet, but maybe for this Singaporean representative instead, Almighty might be the Almighty one, but they need to face off against the Bruneians. But before that, the zone takes out one player from Myanmar, and look at how crowded this area is. There's like at least 4 teams in the same area.
Yeah. Newbies tanking out blue for a bit, but they will be gatekeep definitely. Look at this, coming in very late, but they might just bomb into Indonesian team, and we have another Indonesian team coming from Genesis GDGIDS Sakaria, pinning down the Philippines. So stuck in between there, just cannot move. They just couldn't go anywhere at this point, and the Brunei just caught along the crossfire, and down we go. One more team out. The Bruneians have to wait for the next round as we speak. Down to 12 teams, only 34 players left.
I know, right? It's like so fast. Okay, and look at this. The zone doesn't favor Painan anymore. So all these players, all these teams from Painan, they need to make that move. But they're locked in with each other. That's the bad deal. So Brunei will need to move, as well as the other team, Singapore, needs to move as well, and they're on the other side of the bridge. So disadvantage to Singapore, a little bit of an advantage to Brunei, but Brunei, if they move out of Painan, they'll need to face off against Indonesia, Laos. Other teams are waiting for them, just waiting for them to come out of Painan.
I have to say, Laos actually 9 Esports getting themselves that circle for themselves, but can they hold it? That's another question, though. Singaporean stuck at the edge of the circle. I have a bad feeling about this. The moment they try to swim over or just climb up the bridge, they will be shot down by the Bruneians. Coming up, it's going to be 80. Yes, so they're too soon. For the Bruneians, this is where they can actually shine. Now, we haven't seen any of the Thai teams performing yet for day number 2 here, but the Bruneians really spread it out thin, and just within reach, they can back each other up. But it's different, though. It's not really in Painan. They need to get out from there. Is it worth it for them to invest this long, as they are not inside of a circle?
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be the case at this moment for it to be worthwhile. But because considering that they haven't moved away from Painan, I don't think they have enough first aid, so they don't have the utilities to play the healing game. But now let's be sure as they try to move into the circle, but now they're being gunned down by Cambodia. Skynin has a good angle. Skynin already with 7 elimination points. He could probably get a double digit for himself. He can eliminate the entire Bruneian squad.
7 out of 8 elimination just now. I have to say Skynin really plays a big part for his entire team now, trying to do a miracle. That's just too much for one person to handle, can it? He's been carrying a lot just now. And that's going to be the end for the Cambodian team. We're down to 6. We have Laos, we have Myanmar, we have the Thai suddenly popped out of nowhere. They've been quiet before. And now FaZe Clan from Thai, they just popped out again, making sure they can get into the circle on time.
Talking about time, there's no more time. Time is not on Thailand's side as the circle starts to close in. At the same time, we can see that Zakaria goes down to Godzi. The nade will be cooked up here by Godzi. Will he toss on to the other side? Yes, he will. It will land, but not enough to take out Zakaria just yet. But Godzi finally will secure that elimination point onto Zakaria.
Bear playing this very safe, very quiet, last man surviving for the side of Thais. We have Myanmar, Marinette Boy hanging on the last thread of trees around there, the only structure he can get along with. Far side of the Laos coming up, 90 spot of Laos, just really taking this compound for themselves. They capitalize this. They actually put the risk and gamble it out for this one particular compound. It's worth it. The Brunei start to rush in. Right, Bandy just going to heal out, back out on the other end. Not going to back out of this one. Just going to boost himself and straight go in for the rush. Galaxy on the other hand, try to camouflage himself. But how can they climb over the wall? For the Bruneians, they really need this compound badly enough. Desperate to push themselves forward. But they don't have enough manpower.
Ooh, and I see all 4 teams inside the circle. So no one's going to play the healing game. I don't expect any healing game. I expect all-out warfare between these teams. But now focusing on this compound, it's going to be Brunei going up against Lao. Lao is starting to make the aggression move, but Brunei going to shoot for another angle. Can Brunei get any knocks? Not just yet. Back out is still alive. Rivalry goes down instead. And that's going to be an advantage to Lao as Brunei only has Galaxy, the last man standing.
And also we have Myanmar. Manapo still hanging on the last thread. And Brunei's go down first. The Myanmar's placing themselves in second place just by healing at the moment. And we're not. Still have 3 mechas at the moment as well. And Laos has still have 4 men. So strong standing and running. Just trying to find Mernat Boy in a very small corner who tried to actually make a miracle play. But that's the last movie, and what a nice ending by the Laos team. Give it up to you. I think that's going to be at Friends, if I'm not mistaken, from Laos.
That is a beautiful Kobe coming in from the other side, taking out the final opponent from Myanmar. And Lao will take home the first chicken dinner in this tournament.
Just revise everything. I have it another go for day number 2.
Well. But it's nice to see other teams starting to step up. So at least from game number 1 in Sadhawk, it doesn't look like a Thailand domination. I mean, Thailand, okay, they still got it, like top 5 or top 6 finish for one of the teams, but at least it's not like, okay, a 1-2 finish for Thailand. So this gives a lot more opportunity, a lot more hope for other teams, other countries to perform and hopefully give us a surprise. And Thailand better be on their toes.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, like, we're talking about fighting. Sometimes they just relax for a couple of rounds, they just come in and never go and just pull all out cylinders and just destroy themselves again. But I'm loving the fact that now this is going to be LAOS number 2, which is going to be 9 esports, sorry for that. Who got himself the first chicken is setting up a different tone for day number 2 for the rest of other countries as well. The fact that LAOS didn't perform at all when it comes to day number 1, but when it comes to Sunhawk, they really have everything like the back of their hand. I'm loving how everybody just really wants to go for more. We do see actually Myanmar's team stepping up as well. And we barely see Manat Boy actually survive to the last end of it, but he managed to get secured at second place right after Brunei falls down first.
What a game that was! What a game that was! It was hard and fast, like what we were hoping for. Like we did talk about this yesterday. That what kind of Sanhok would it be with 18 teams dropping into it? And this is your answer, ladies and gentlemen. It is action from start to finish, and it was an explosive end as well. No teams played the killing game. Everyone played it out like the soldiers they are, and that's where we see the most action in a Sandhawk. So it's great to see this kind of Sandhawk. We will be looking at a second Sandhawk today after this. So if you ain't got enough of Sandhawk, well, stick around, ladies and gentlemen, because there's more Sandhawk action for all of us.
So the players actually ended up as one person, and we thought it's going to be super crowded or too much war at first, since there are 18 teams this time. But surprisingly, it was quite quiet when it comes to the second phase or the third phase, starting off the second and third phase later on. There's not much clashing going on, and a lot of the players actually playing it very safe and try to get as much as
as most of the players we saw just now is just having like what 5 med kits, but we have back Aya on the screen. What do you think about that?
Hello.
LAOS actually getting the chicken dinner.
Actually, that was a pretty quick game. I have to agree with you guys. Like, everything's just happening so fast. They're just getting that chicken dinner. I mean, Thailand had it yesterday, but now Laos is actually stepping up their game for I think this is round 5. This is round 5 for the first day of the PUBG Mobile series. So, what about you guys? What do you think happened there? You know,
Cloud. I mean, like,
well,
you had it.
Well, I think it was it's refreshing to see another team actually stepping up. So Lao this time stepping it up.
true.
For the Thais, well, I think they will still be on top because they had one representative at the top 5. But if they slip up another round like that, then it's probably going to be a bit shaky for the Thais. So let's see if they can keep up to the momentum from yesterday.
Yes, and of course, I think Sir Cloud mentioned that he was also like just to break the ice a little bit. Cloud is one avid user of Razer, Razer products, aren't you?
you
Yes,
go.
Oh, there you go with the mouse flex right there, and Choo Choo with the headset, the beautiful, beautiful. I think it's also the Razer Black Shark V2 Pro and the Razer Siren. As far as yes, with the touch of Sir Cloud, guys. If you sell that on eBay, it's gonna be really expensive. Touched by Sir Cloud, and of course, I just wanted to commend, of course, shoutcasters like Choo Choo and Sir Cloud, do just bringing life to tournaments like this, the hype and the energy. And for moments like that, we don't want to miss a thing. We don't want to miss what Choo Choo or Sir Cloud is saying and shoutcasting during the tournaments. And for that, with that, sound is key to immersing yourself in the game using the Razer Hammerhead True Wireless. With the 16.8 million colors by Razer RGB, active noise cancellation, low latency gaming mode, you can always immerse yourself to the best esports experience for you. But I think we have one more round. We're gonna have 4 today in total. So we'll see you back again after a short break. And again, that is round number 5 for day 2 of the PUBG Mobile series here in Razer Invitational 2022. We'll be back again in a jiffy.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go. Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go. Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go. Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go. Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go. Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go. Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go. Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go. Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go. Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go. Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go. Rooftop party, we get naughty.
Hello and welcome back here in the Razer Invitational 2022, the PUBG Mobile Division. And we just saw LAOS take that chicken dinner home in our first game of the day. That is already round 6. We still have I think around 8 rounds more to go until tomorrow. So guys, you stay tuned, and of course don't forget to like and follow Team Razer Facebook page so you're always notified whenever we go live, and you can see or witness for yourself which region is winning already. So again, in case you've missed out what Razor's Invitational is, this is where the top teams in Southeast Asia duke it out for the prize of 30,000 USD, including Mobile Legends. But today, again, as I've said, we're also doing PUBG Mobile until tomorrow. Well, we see Laos take that chicken dinner again, or Thailand maybe, or maybe we'll be seeing one of the regions step out this time and step up to see them on top of their game. Of course, let's not keep you waiting anymore. Let's bring in again our shoutcasters for tonight, Sir Cloud and Choo Choo. Let's rock and roll, guys.
Yeah, definitely rocking it. It's going to be Aya again. Thank you so much for the
I guess Choo will need to unmute herself
Oh,
for a little
no.
bit. But welcome back,
Really
ladies and
good.
gentlemen, to of course Razor's Invitational C or Razer C Invitational. Thank you so much to our hosts as well. And we'll be jumping into our second game for today, and it will be a repeat of Sandhawk. All right. Okay, so it looks like Choo Choo is going to teach us a little bit of a sign language for now, but it's okay. What's going to be important is the action that's going to happen later on. So we saw the dominance of Thailand broken today. Now, how is Thailand going to respond to this? This will be the question, ladies and gentlemen. We see other countries starting to step up as well. And this is actually something exciting, if you ask me, as a caster. Of course, we always like to see underdog stories or even surprising stories. But before we go to the game, let's check out the current on top at this moment. And it is, wow, check this out. Indonesia taking the top spot with 86 points. No chicken, no problem. So it's a consistent performance coming in from Indonesia, whereas Thailand, they are still taking a back-to-back spot. Number 2, number 3, 81 points back-to-back. Cambodia, number 4, 71 points. Malaysia 1. Number 5, 71 points as well. Indonesia 1 with 66 points at 6th place. That's a lot of sixes there. And the Philippines 2, number 7, 62 points. Brunei 2 as well as Laos 2, sharing the same amount of points, 44 points each, 8th and 9th perspective.
Loud.
2, 33 points. Number 12, Singapore 1, 31 points. Number 13, Laos 1, 29 points. Myanmar 2, 28 points. And number 14, Brunei 1, number 15 with 21 points. Cambodia 2, number 16, 18 points. 15 points for Philippines 1 at number 17. And Malaysia 2, 13 points at number 18. So these are our current standings here. Of course, we are just halfway through this tournament. We still have the second half, not only today, but also tomorrow. So make sure you tune in, put your calendars in the right timing, and make sure you give Team Razer Facebook page a follow. Wherever you're watching this tournament, a follow, because we love it when you do that. So I'm wondering, do I have Choo Choo back?
I actually do speak, but I'm not sure if Cloud actually receiving.
So I guess not just yet.
Never mind,
so
guys.
We will be entertaining each other. Let's go, Mong Nai, on to Camp Alpha. And this is a very, very interesting flight path, of course. Whenever the flight path is on a certain corner, it's always tough. But that's always a clue for the first circle. The first circle might end up on the opposite side. Let's see if it's going to be a cruel circle or it's going to be on the northern side where the flight path is at. Now, also keep your eyes on, maybe Camp Bravo might have 2 teams dropping into Camp Bravo, or somebody at harder spots. Okay, so if we made a comparison to game number 1, Kao had 2 teams. It's going to be Thailand and Philippines, and looks like it's going to be round 2 again inside Kao for the 2 teams. Ruin had 2 teams as well, so let's see if that's going to change. For now, seems like it's going to be kind of harmonious in most other places, but keep your eyes on the Kao, ladies and gentlemen. And not too far away from Kao, because Paradise Resort, where Myanmar is around. No one's going to challenge them in Paradise Resort, but talking about challenging, so it looks like it's going to be Cambodia dropping into Ruins together with Malaysia. So it's going to be a 1v1. Let's go. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. I guess we should have Choo Choo back right now.
I'm always here, Cloud. Here for you.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, there you go. I thought that I lost you for a bit, but please take the stage.
Oh, you can hear me now. I'm not invisible
now
anymore.
I do.
Yeah.
I know, no longer invisible.
Back to us, Cambodia having a very good start again. Malaysian team struggling to actually keep the boat afloat. We've seen particularly like Cambodian teams, especially APG Esports on team number 3 right now. They really go all out this time. Damn Root, which is going to be the gig fan from Malaysia, doesn't have any room of a breather at all. It's just really hard for them to survive since the last match. Again, in Ruins, it's just Cambodians taking it over and ruling over, capitalizing this compound for themselves. I have to say, they have been very aggressive when it comes to Sunhawk.
Yeah, this is the second time actually that Cambodia won against Malaysia inside Ruins. And knowing Gig Fam, they always drop in Ruins. They seem to not want to change their draw swap, but unfortunately that will be the outcome. But looking at the elimination feed, a couple of other teams, a couple of other players seems to be dropping as well somewhere else. So it's going to be similar like the first Sandhawk, whereby teams fight hard and fast from the start till the finish.
That's true. We're speaking of ties, here they are. and they haven't been really aggressive compared to the last match. I have to say, Sunhawk is really not their forte of sort, because they're a bit how do I say it? Not really that outperforming if you compare it to Erangel and also Miramar. They're just playing this as pure as possible, but coming up from Laos is a different story. You try to rush in, but a bit of a mistake done there. Nasty, on the other hand, try to cook up the nade, try to just pin down every single elimination as possible, but the Laos is just not giving up yet. Nasty still giving off the pressure. I'm not sure if Team Laos coming up from at Friends want to revive here yet.
Ooh.
It's just seconds away to hitting another Kobe for Nasty.
Oh, Nasty is super low right now, but it's going to be a 3v2. So Laos seems to have the man advantage at this moment, but are they going to go in for the aggressive push? Maybe they should, because they're playing by the edge of the circle. When the circle shifts, they might not have this circle next. So now the nade being tossed up by Noah. Noah starting to move in for the flanks. Will he be able to finish off the rest of team members from Singapore? Singapore starting to disengage, leaving Nasty at the forefront.
Yep, back to its Lao. They got themselves a Lao team number 2 got themselves a last chicken dinner. Now, definitely the Laos number 1 team will not be dragged down here. They want to give themselves the spotlight as well. Black Heem might just pin down Nasty, get a bit of a grudge moment there. There you go, sweet revenge, done and dusted. Or Nor with a UMP9 try to turn around the tables by trying to wrap around their position. Vax, on the other hand, Vaxy, he's been very cheeky for the last match. Now, this not going to happen twice for him. Definitely, he's in such a stuck position. Impossible for them to get out from here.
Yeah, it's tough. Just look at this. Noah on the left side, and we have Black Him on the other side. So they got Singapore surrounded, and they're starting to move in. Starlord is going to come in from behind, 3v2, and doesn't seem that Singapore has any healing items. So they're pretty low at this moment. Vex goes down, and it's now down to Aris, and Aris will finish off with the DBS, and there you have it. Singapore will bow out at 16th place.
Oh man, rough start. I have to say, Singaporeans really having it hard when it comes to Sunhawk, based on the last match and this match again. But back to its Lao, on the other hand, they're having a really good day number 2 here. Not stopping at all, very proactive. Hopefully they keep it going the entire day here today. But for Brunei, they're not stepping down as well. We're looking at them going all out. And Philippines, they're not as performing as yesterday. I really love their performance when it comes to Erangel and Miramar. Back then, they almost closed it up with the top 3. But managed to secure top 5. Now, hoping for them to actually push themselves further today, the Philippines, Shazam from Zap. They want to really go for any elimination, but nobody's passing by.
But talking about passing by, so we have the Bruneians here passing by against Lao. So it's going to be a 1v1. Let's see who's going to win this. But he seems to be facing the other side. No, wait a second, dude. Whoa. Check that flick shot there onto Kizo. Kizo immediately goes down to Godzi, but he's not done yet. So Zico is going to come in for the revenge, and Zico will be traded out, and Zico goes down. Rivalry, the last man standing for Brunei.
Oh boy. Now, Godzi getting on another one. While Kenzo, on the other hand, tried to finish off the job here, but it's quite spread out for the Bruneians. Banley at the back line, right, Banley. Well, Galaxy's right across. Oh, he didn't spot him out. Oh boy, that might be the backstabber. If he just walked past that, it's going to be a bit of a problem for Lao team number 2. That's not a good sign for, I have to say, 9 Esports. They got themselves a last chicken dinner, definitely, but sometimes they overlook stuff right across them and might be a bit clumsy there.
But is it clumsy for Galaxy as well as he goes down? So now Lao down to 3 men, but they still need to face off against Brunei. But Brunei, I think Godzi is the last man standing, so that's going to be tough for him. And it's even tougher that Thailand is just right behind. So Thailand, Beer knows exactly where Godzi is at. He's waiting patiently, waiting for the right moment. Not going to pull those shots just yet. Of course, we are still in the first circle, so no big moves from Thailand. As we know, their play style, they like to play this in the final circle. So they normally like to stay away from early fights. But if they need to, they will fight. But if they don't need to, we'll see Beer just looking across.
Now, looking at all the players are concentrated around on the outskirts of Pubgm makes me wonder will it be the same circle just like as before. It was just on the outskirts of Painan. If that really happens, then it's going to be another deja vu here. Some teams might rotate very late, including Indonesian teams and some of the Singaporean team as well. But the rest of them right in the center of it. Tony K tried to spray down on Laos team. It's going to be Gotzi on the other end. But that receiving end, will it hold on to his feet or the rest of the team will come up for support? Now, tossing out another Molotov. I didn't hit anybody just yet. Nice dodge by Gotzi.
Oh, Tony K is going to move in now, cooking up the nade. Want to toss onto the side of Godzi, but looks like we will find out later on as we look into Painan. The 3 teams in Painan, including Laos, and a Starlord will be gunned down, unfortunately. Wanting to pick him up will be quite a chore. As we can see, Starlord is underneath the bridge. It's not going to be easy to pick him up as the other Lao team is actually moving in. So it's going to be a civil war here.
Well, Cambodians are using full brute force to push through. We're looking at another Laos team actually try to backstab them from behind. It's going to be Skynin at the receiving end, but not connected so far. It's going to be right on top of Painan, if I'm not mistaken, where this is at. But looking at Team Laos, they are not focusing on what's neighboring them, but it's just going to be right across the river. They have their eyes on. Cambodia's team are returning fire as well, but this is not going anywhere at some point because we have one more team going to jump into the fray as well, coming up very soon.
Now the fight is going on hard and fast as Nexin goes down. New waiting patiently for the right moment. He knows he has company around this area, and it's going to be Lao versus Lao inside Painan, and the gunfire onto one of the Lao teams inside the compound. It will hit, but not enough to take them down just yet. But they seem to be starting to move in. While we move back to Thailand, no elimination points for them just yet. They spot out a couple of enemies, but didn't take that shot. Skynin now at long range, and Skynin is also starting to move into Cambodia. It's going to butt into Lao.
Oh boy, the Cambodians really rushing it out this time. They're not even hesitant for a bit. We're looking at him on his knees. Definitely will be finished off the cleaning up job by Shroud if he wants to secure the elimination. Kenzo, 9. There are 2 different teams from Laos, by the way. They just give it away the position to as the Cambodians teams, and they're just not going to be hesitant when it comes to rushing forward. And the entry was really a successful one. Shroud being the front line, taking on one more down. What a nice angle. He hold on to getting another double take down. It's going to be a housekeeping moment for them. Easy peasy for them to get in themselves 8 elimination points by far. Now, Noor on the other end, and there's no way out here as they have one watchman outside. There's going to be... Oh boy, Nexin on his knees first, but that's it.
Yeah, that was a good nick coming in from Noah to get the knockdown the next. But unfortunately, it's just too much for him to handle, and he'll be taken out. And there you have it. 1 out, and it's Cambodia securing 9 elimination points so far. Man, this team is on a mission. This team is on a roll right now. They want more points. They want to catch up to the Indonesians currently on the first spot.
No, that's kind of true. I'm surprised they actually bring up such a brilliant performance coming up from Cambodians, especially for APG Esports. Since the last match, when it comes to Sonic, they just go crazy. They lose themselves in there and just get and wrecked everybody else. But for the Taizo, it's a bit low for them when it comes to Sunhawk. Not really a lot of their names popping up on the kill feed. But back to its bear, he's slowly approaching very cautiously. Indonesian's team, Alan, tries to scout for the area. Try to know if there's any information can be gathered and gone back to it as a team, but he might spot out Bear here just next to him. I don't think he spotted him out just yet.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that he knows, but now he will know that Tony K starts the fight. Shots fired on the chunk, so they got 1 knockdown. So can they get more? Tony K is breaking out the nade. You're tossing on the side on the Indonesians, but Venturis will go down to Alan. We know Tony K. Whoa! With the Kobe on the Sakaria. Sakaria will be down. And now it's down to Inzaghi, the last man standing for the Indonesian with only 10% of health. Inzaghi starts to move it, but Inzaghi will be taken out by Tony K. We know what this Wonder Kid can do.
This is more than beyond Wonder Kid. They started off with only 3 men as a team here. And they lost only Venturis along the process. maybe just need a bit of a reset regarding, get his back up his feet for Ventures, and they're done. And just Tony K alone clutch it out just now. I have to say this was a really courageous move coming up from Tony K, even though he's young, but he's very mature when it comes to his gameplay. Back to his Tony K, still not done yet. Spraying over Malaysian teams. Happy of 4 rivals here. They're quite spread thin for Malaysian teams for now. Philippine Mon boys start to make a move against Mela, if I'm not mistaken, of Infinity. Now, it's different fight from different areas right now, but we do have a very different circle. Might be on top of Paradise Resort or on the southern side part of it. But Damasco giving away too much of positions. He couldn't spot out any single members coming up from the Thai teams.
Ooh, but the Philippines looks like they will suffer a casualty here as one of them goes down. So Rankit, what will he do? He's going up against the Thais, but Thai, they need to pick up Mela as well. Not going to be an easy feat as he's currently in the compound just across Rankit. Rankit can play the gatekeeper role or can hold Mela as ransom. But Rankit, he might want to finish it and secure that elimination point. Philippines, they're starting to move into the Thais.
I mean, like, if you're fighting against Thais, you don't want to hold ransom. You just execute them because you know how risky it is to leave them out in the open just waiting for them to be revived. Might as well just eliminate as 1 point for sure that's going to be in your pocket. There you go, Rank it, finish it off straight away. What a clean execution. Definitely is not that hard there. But Newsy, on the other hand, caught a glimpse of where Rank it was and definitely will relay back to us the rest of the roster, and they got that information. Do they want to go for the rush here? Do they want to go for a challenge for the side of the Thais? It's going to be Infinity from Thais with only Logan as a duo fighting against 3 men on the other end against the Philippines, which is going to be Key, whatever you call it. We would just resort to Key Esports.
Yeah, I think at this moment they're just going to leave it. Considering that there's still 13 teams, you don't stay away from danger. But talking about the other Thai team, they're getting a few elimination points on the board, but it looks like a trade has happened. 27 took out Tony K and Beer will be taken out as well. So is it Cambodia winning this fight? Yes, I think so. I think Cambodia just eliminated the Thais.
I mean, like, the Cambodians are unstoppable right now. They're just going all out. I'm not sure what happened to them, but it seems like they start to lose themselves way too much and going insane. They're just not stoppable at this point. But back to it, the circle that just pops. It's going to be on the outskirts of Paradise Resort. It's going to be just on top of that open road, by the way, which we have Myanmar teams already hog over the center of it. While Quarry, we have only one team coming from the southern side, but the rest of them, whether it's coming up from the north or east or west, it's going to be a bit crowded.
Yeah, the crowd is starting to come in. Of course, we are the third, moving into the fourth circle, so that's where typically a lot of fights would happen. But yeah, this is Sanhao. So we already lost 7 teams from the start. It is hard and fast from the beginning. And Singapore, looks like this time it's a chill round for them. But in order for them to move in, they need to fight up against Godzi. It shouldn't be too much to ask, considering that they're 4v1. Godzi will be the one who needs to move as well.
I think Godzi is more about tailing and being a parasite at the back of any teams that are actually not spotting out just yet. But I tried to get himself some upgrade of loot while he's running and try to transition himself in a better spot here. He definitely need more med kits if he wants to survive this one. Definitely he will play the healing game and try to survive as long as possible. It's just impossible for him to actually 1v4 all the way here. And it's too risky and too much at stake at the moment. And in Godzi, it's best for him to actually just be the third party. I think we've seen this many times before, Cloud. If you're one person, it's not impossible for you to still away, a couple of eliminations along the process of other teams that skirmishing themselves in a battlefield.
Yeah, that's one. And if he gets lucky, he can get enough healing items that he can heal himself to second place. And that is definitely satisfying enough, considering that he's playing solo game from pretty much the start up to now. So let's see if we can actually do that. So far, as we have visual on the entire map, he would have an easy entry into the current circle. But of course, what's going to be important is the fourth circle onwards. Everyone seems to have parked themselves, and I guess it's just going to be the fourth circle deciding on whether we'll see more action or not. And here we go,
boy.
right smack in the middle.
And not just in the middle, as an open field as well. Yes, there might be a bit of a heels to work with, but the thing is, it's ended up in no man's land where nobody's actually inside of it, and most of them actually already targeted on the southern side of Paradise Resort. But this is further away than they expected it to be, and the rest of the team now a bit panicking while they might bomb each other, which will be Myanmar versus Philippines first. Ryan was spraying out, but overpeaking himself way too much, expose himself way too much out the open up to making sure he's making the trade possible, open up space for the rest of the team to reposition himself towards the flank side.
So it's now down to Opti as well. Shazam trying to hold off the Myanmars. And, oh, they have Thailand just right behind them. Oh, no, this is not going to be good news. Thailand can actually be the third party, or they can butt in or steal away some elimination points. But the nade will land. No enough to take down WT17. But now Opti will try to finish him off. And yes, he will be able to get that takedown.
Now, Opti tried to wrap around the corner. Still got 7. But there you go. Finish off the entire team. It's going to be a clean one against the Myanmar, with Thais actually butt in themselves in between. So the Philippines saved by the Bales or saved by the Thais at the same time. Gather themselves a couple of elimination points along the process. But the Myanmar is not done and dusted yet. They have to fight and take up a challenge, whether against the Thais or whether it's against the Philippines. They have to choose an exit out. And they're not right in the circle yet. Same goes for Shazam and the rest of the team that's quite in the outskirts. Even the Thais slowly try to push in here, but they have to cross amongst each other between the Philippines and the Thai. Like it or not, they have to pick one to make sure they can secure their position inside of a circle.
Yeah, pretty much pick your poison at this moment. But it's the same case for Myanmar on this side as well. Looks like they need to go past Brunei, who has a good position in the circle. But now we look over to Malaysia. Malaysia is currently right smack in the middle of the circle. No elimination points for them just yet. So that means they have a easy circle up to now, at least. But let's see for the fifth circle. But now we do see some eliminations happening somewhere else. Indonesia getting one on the board. Moving back to Brunei, playing the gatekeeping role.
Yep. We do see them hogging around the corners, just making sure nobody's gonna make it through the entry and bridge into the circle. Indonesian teams doing the same thing as well, but nobody's actually tailing them from behind. But the Malaysian teams, they're taking themselves a higher ground to work with April, Epi, and the rest of 4 rivals come out from Malaysia, scouting over the area. They heard a couple of gunshots. That's gonna be the team Philippines giving away the positions. Philippines of Zap. It's just too much information garnered by the side of Malaysian teams there. They want a bit of it as well. The Myanmar's been bombarded 2 ways there. And there's no way out, and the blue closing in as well. This is not a great ending for them.
Oh, and I think the circle moves either towards the left side or towards the southern side, because this area is not within the circle. So fifth circle, man, they're going to feel the burn. So they need to move. 31 seconds on the clock. Raimon still playing the gatekeeping role, but little does he know, he's actually being gate-capped by other teams.
Raimon trying to find one mistake coming out from the Bruneians, but didn't spot any, didn't connect any of those shots, while April still patiently waiting for somebody to pop out first. The first one to make a move will be pinned down by 3 or more teams on top of this hill here. And Philippines definitely really need to make a move, as circle might close even further and shrinks, and it's gonna burn them. Now, Brunei want to hold on to this compound, this corner for a bit, because there's so many teams, 2 teams at a time. They can actually rack up the number of volume eliminations by now. But Malaysians head on against the Philippines. Now, Voki exchanging one. Oh, he's on his knees now. Where are the rest of his members? His sacrifice, is it for nothing?
Oh, but Voki at least he managed to get 1 knockdown. Now it's up to the rest of his teammates to actually finish him off. Shazam now needs to make that move. He only has 1 first aid. But, oh, wait a second. Shazam! What just happened? Why did you nade yourself? Did he try to deny himself?
I think he just gave up. Accidents happen. But the worst part is global finish off Shazam straight away. That's going to be 1 point for them. And the Philippines, Ryan will slowly try to creep into the circle while having only 9 medkits left to work with. Globals, on the other hand, they got himself an extra freebies just now for Shazam and going for more. Malaysia's being pressured by 2 teams, Cambodians and also the Bruneians, having their eyes on the Malaysian player. Romeo just going to heal up with Band-Aid. Yeah, Band-Aid it is. whatever he has, he will play along with it. That's only what he can actually afford at the moment. While the rest of the teams are skirmishing themselves to get themselves the center of the circle compound, the only compound they can actually take covers with, but most of them are just being bowed down early. Nobody's taking at the center, and this is quite hard to approach, by the way, Cloud. One simple mistake in an open field, if you get yourself indoors, then it's great, but to get indoors is just really almost impossible.
I know, right? I'm sure the teams would have wished that they have our view to know that no one is in the compound, and Cambodia actually moved in first, so now they need to defend this area. But Romeo looks like must die and will be knocked down on the outer side of the circle. And unfortunately, he tried to play the healing game, but it didn't work out for him.
Well, they don't have enough for the healing game here. Well, I have to say, Cambodians really having it a go. 14 eliminations, by far the highest in this match. Since the start, they have not ever stopped. Just so proactive the entire day here today for especially APG Esports of Cambodia. Now they try to capitalize this compound against the one of Indonesian team, Bigatron Iron taking this compound as well. Naxin giving the pressure on their side, making sure they cannot make an entry. Alvin couldn't even move, only lasting a valve hovering around the smoke, hoping it will last 22 banates. That's gonna take him forever to heal up at this time.
Oh yeah, for the 7th circle, man, band-aids is not enough. You need to have first aids. Oh wait, but wait a second. 21. Oh, so it's first aid. So it's not your usual bandages. So he could heal up to 2nd place. Now that we're only down to the last 3 teams, it could be 2nd place for Indonesia.
We just, heal and pray here at this point. Brunei against Cambodians. Now, the Bruneians, again, they try to get themselves in the top 5. Definitely they got themselves, again, this consistency here today. Indonesian, on the other hand, really want to get the number 1 spot. But Nexon being bombarded by Bear. What a Kobe just now. I have to say, the Bruneians, they only have 2 men running about, but they still getting their points there. But Ilham just spammed the button, bro. You cannot stop, not even 1 second. Back to his Bruneians global. They try to make sure the Indonesians just stay as low as possible. But the Cambodia is actually the one that's really they have to face down. Because if they don't take down Cambodians, they might just take away the chicken dinner because they got themselves this compound with 4 walls but Skynin. Oh boy.
And Shroud now the last man standing, and that's the thing about holding this center compound. You need to be ready to defend, and unfortunately Cambodia looks like they aren't ready to defend. They're more of an offensive team, it seems, and now it's down to Shroud, the last man standing for Cambodia. He has the circle. The circle is really, really small. Skynin will be finished off by Global from Brunei. Bear is starting to move in. We're still at the top 3 teams. Shroud trying to defend his area, trying to win this fight with the UMP, but Shroud, how long can he stand? And Shroud is still alive, but will it be alive for long as Bear starts to move in? He takes down Bear! Bear will go down! Shroud actually won this fight!
I have to say there's a nice reset coming from Shroud as well. He having another round of go. He goes for a 2nd round. He tried to find one. He might clutch it. Yes, so far, valiant attempt. What a nice play by Shroud just now. He deserved that highlight, but that was so close of losing it for Brunei.
Oh, so close, yet so far he almost clutched the entire Bruneian team. It was just that close. If he managed to clutch that, chicken dinner is theirs. And Ilham is just going to play the healing game, that's for sure. So Indonesia is going to get the 2nd place. Bruneians, they're going to get this chicken dinner. Nothing's going to stop them. And yeah, that's going to be it. Maybe 1 elimination point in the back. Ilham, can he secure it before he goes out? Bear is still alive. And looks like not. Ilham will not get that extra point.
I'm loving the fact he's trying his best with the last first 8 just now and just try to get one more. But yet again, we're looking at Brunei. From, I think that's going to be ESB of Brunei. Got themselves that chicken dinner just now. What a nice performance. That was so close. I have to say props to the Cambodian team as well with such a... I have no words to express it. That was really, really... They're outplaying a lot of teams down there.
Oh yeah, I must say, Brunei, they're starting to step up as well, and it's nice to see it's nice to see different countries actually getting themselves a chicken dinner ever since. Okay, so Thailand got 3 in a row, and then you see Malaysia, and then earlier you saw Laos, and now you see Brunei. So it's nice to see different countries getting themselves on the board. So it's cool. It's great. I like this. Cambodia, a little bit more. It was so close for them, but unfortunately, that final clutch, if that happened, it would have been theirs.
I mean, like, my guess is the Thais just don't want Sanhok to be theirs. Definitely, that's the reason, one of it, because we haven't seen them. We don't see a lot of defeat calling out for the Thais. We haven't seen them quite a lot when it comes to Sanhok. Definitely, the Cambodians really loving Sanhok, and the Bruneians as well. As a performance, yeah, I have to say, very outstanding when it comes to Sanhok itself.
Yep, but anyway, that's all about Sanhok. So Sanhok is all done. We are going to focus back into ERANGEL after this. But what an exciting Sanhok it was for our first 2 Sanhoks of this tournament.
If you noticed since the start, right, after this, we're going to see Cambodia. Now, this is where I mentioned the APG Esports of Cambodia. They have been run and gun since the first phase of the circle and not stopping at all. They are super active and so confident when it comes to Sanhok. It's very different if you compare it when they are performing in either ERANGEL or MIRAMAR.
Yeah, it's very different. They turned up the aggression in this round. In fact, they won all their fights, including the fight against the Thai teams, and maintaining all 4 their team members until that final compound fight. So I guess my theory is that they are more of an offensive team rather than a defensive team. The moment they got the compound, it's supposed to be a prime position, but unfortunately they couldn't defend that. But they still managed to fight up to 3rd place with Shroud almost getting their clutch. So gotta give it to the Cambodians for this round.
Yeah, definitely loving how just really outstanding performance, brilliant in overall when it comes to Sanhok. But the problem is, this is the least map we played by in any tournament, and it's sort of a wild card when it comes to Sanhok. I hope they can actually step up their performance and their game and strat as well when it comes to ERANGEL, which is really crucial to have a more towards the Cambodian side, and also the Bruneians. They really having a go today as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. We can see the Brunei starting to step up as well, and we have seen the potential of Brunei in other Southeast Asia level tournaments before, and they can come up with surprises. So it's nice to see the Bruneians. Okay, so now we're starting to see them entering this tournament with this chicken dinner. Hopefully they'll be able to continue on their surprise in ERANGEL after this.
Yep. You know, the thing about I worry sometimes is like when you use your Sanhok, because it's a back-to-back Sanhok map, and then you got sort of a habit or used to it, and then suddenly you change it into a different map, and just that's where everybody start to cower themselves in a corner because they're just not as confident as they were in the last match. So we're looking for, so we definitely know the Thai is going to be really going all out when it comes to ERANGEL or MIRAMAR, especially ERANGEL. But question is, the other teams that just outperform in Sanhok, can they bring the same momentum sort of in the next match, which is going to be ERANGEL?
Yep, that will be the question, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, that is questions from us. We will also like to hear from our host as well. What did she think about the previous round? But all I can say is that overall, this is a really exciting round, Sanhok. I don't think we'll be seeing any more Sanhoks throughout this tournament for tomorrow. I think it's going to be MIRAMAR and ERANGEL. But yep.
I mean, like, we have to ask Aya if she's happy without any Sanhok. It's like suddenly giving the bad news to a Cambodian and also the Brunei team who love Sanhok. But Aya, this is your turn, and what are your thoughts regarding this match? Take it away.
Thank you so much, Sir Cloud and Choo Choo for those insights. Actually, I would have to really give it to Cambodia right there. I mean, Brunei had that chicken dinner, but it's just that with Cambodia at the last stand at the end of the game, they were just surrounded by the rest of the teams. We have Indonesia, we got Brunei, and they were just holding it down until the end of the line. I was kind of anticipating that they would come out as the victors, or or taking that chicken dinner. But then again, Brunei just stepped up their game, and from 0 into 13 kills, I think, or I think raking up to 13 or 11 kills just like that, and taking home that bacon or that chicken dinner, of course. So, and with that with Indonesia, with that highlight in the end, he reminds me of like a Rambo. Like, oh, one more, just give me one more kill. So so much highlights for that round, and I would have to say congratulations again to Brunei for winning that round, and also to Cambodia for that really show of play right there. So some teams will have those frags and some teams will have that chicken dinner, but scores will be tallied up together to get that winner for our PUBG Mobile series. And in occasions in life, there's a saying to dress to kill, dress to impress. And you know how we always enjoy and get hyped whenever we get new skins or new suits in PUBG Mobile, just to show off to people um our new models, our new fancy clothes, not only in real life but also in games. So this is why we have Razer Gold. Razer Gold is a unified virtual credits for gamers worldwide. It allows you to buy games and in-game content, including getting rewarded with the Razer Silver, and not only that, but exclusive game deals. And like what the caster said, Choo Choo and Sir Cloud will be changing things up a bit for the third game for today, which is we're deploying the players in Erangel. But before we head on over to that, we'll be taking a short break, and we'll see you back again here in Razer's Invitational 2022.
Rooftop party, we get naughty. 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 Go, 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 go. Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go. Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go. Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go. Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go. Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go.
Welcome back to the Razer Invitational 2022. Of course, this is still Aya is Maria. And after seeing those many chicken dinners we've witnessed today, I couldn't help myself but have my own chicken dinner for tonight. And I hope you got yours too, because you'll be needing that fuel the rest of the night. We still have two more matches to go. So this is day 2 of the PUBG Mobile series. But also don't forget that we are still going to continue with the MLBB division right after tomorrow. I think we're gonna go back to our regular program, which is 3 p.m. But as for PUBGM, I think it will be the same time at around 4 or 5. Same time, same place. So this will be an action-packed 12 rounds of battle royale for you. And we still got 2 more maps for today, and unveiling you the story of round 7 and deploying the teams in ERANGEL this time. We've got casters representing all the way from Malaysia, the unstoppable duo, Sir Cloud and Choo Choo.
Wow.
We're representing Malaysia right now. Definitely.
Well, and we are unstoppable. Wow. Nobody stopped Choo Choo. Well, but nobody's going to
You
stop the
stopped me.
team from trying to get the chicken dinner, of course.
Oh, that's kind of true. I have to say this is a different story once we actually jump into ERANGEL next. And we do know that we do still have Sunhawk for tomorrow. So the teams, especially Cambodians and Bruneians and even Laos teams, are having a bit of a happy news, at least for their last match of tomorrow, if things didn't work out well for ERANGEL. But still too soon to say that kind of stuff going to happen, since ERANGEL is still anybody's game and anybody's map. But speaking of which, we haven't seen the Thais actually performing here today.
Oh yeah, it's a very, very different day for the Thais as compared to yesterday. I guess this is the thing about, like, if you're a top team, if you're on top, like a lot of teams would want to give you more attention. And I guess this is just the case for the Thais. Like, they are the current team that we need to beat. So everyone put more effort. If you see the Thai teams, if you know they're there, you try to take them down, and maybe that's what they're facing at this moment.
That's kind of true. A bit too much pressure sometimes. It's not really it's sort of counterproductive. But the thing about, we know that the Thai sometimes when it comes to second day, they slow it down for a bit just to read out just to revise whether they are, experimenting their new strat, or, just to read out the other team's rotation whatsoever about their strat and everything else. But it's not impossible for them to jump back into the roller coaster ride again when it comes to whenever they want it to be. Speaking of which, we have to highlight the different teams as well, as Sky Esports and Zap from Philippines. I have to say, yesterday's performance really awed me. But when it comes today, it kind of a bit slopping down the hill if you ask about their performance. Same goes for teams coming from Singaporeans. They're just having a tough run since the start, and the Malaysians just not popping off anywhere and being ambushed all around. Indonesians, on the other hand, we can see that they're thriving and desperate enough to force themselves to just push towards whatever that's facing them. And they want to get the points up as fast as they can. But sometimes they get a bit sloppy and just silly mistakes and just a bit of a reckless move cause the entire team to just obliterate it out.
Yeah, exactly. So, they've been trying. At least they have one representative at the top. But leaderboards here. So, looks like there's a change. And now Cambodia. No chicken, no problem. Number 1 with 97 points. Wow.
That's a huge amount of points within a day they collected by far. I have to say, very consistent performance there today by the Cambodian one. If I'm not mistaken, APG Esports. Thailand being pushed down here to the second and fourth place. Indonesia squeezed in at third place with 87 and 86, 1 point shy between third and fourth place. Indonesia, one more team down there at fifth place, still at the top 5 consistency. While Malaysia, we have one team in the first page. Philippines, on the other hand, slowly being pushed down to 7. Brunei's brilliant performance here today, push up to number 8 with 55 points, while Laos also exchanging a lot of swapping when it comes to the first page, just because on the day number 2, just in Sunhawk as well.
Yeah, I know, right? Just after 2 rounds, that's a lot of... if you remember, like the previous round, they just went out all the way guns blazing and collected a lot of elimination points. And let's not forget as well, the placement points is a little bit higher than what we're used to. So they managed to survive up to a number 3 spot and collecting a lot of elimination points. So wow, making it up to number 1 spot. Of course, we still have Myanmar, Brunei, Singapore, Malaysia, and a couple of other teams. Hopefully, they'll be able to bring themselves back up. Of course, this will be the third ERANGEL that they have played, and the third time they'll be meeting each other in this same map. Hopefully, no early fights. Let's see through this flight path from military base up all the way to starboard.
Yep, some teams are dropping around so not score, but the circle is so generous, it's just going to pop right on top of the flight path. So everybody that trying to go outside of the circle sort of made a bit U-turn, making sure they actually can get into the circle while they drop themselves. Set for the Bruneians who got themselves the chicken dinner previously. And this time it's going to be ESB taking on Stalber all the way up north, while we have the Thais staying all the way down south. Now, this is a bit interesting. It's not something, news flash for us for the the ties. I think that's going to be Infinity or FaZe Clan again. Cloud, just to remind me again, I think it's Infinity on the southern side part. Well, we have another Thai team, FaZe Clan, just start to fire everything that's actually moved, and it happened to bump into the Malaysian teams quite early on.
Yeah, so this is never good.
I
It's
don't
never
think
good
it
to fight
works
early,
like that.
but yeah, nope, Tony K, it doesn't work that way. But I guess that's just more of like a cover fire so that his teammate can get away.
Yeah, I'm sort of like supporting fires, that's it. Just giving a warning shot not to come close to them. But I don't think the pistol can reach towards that range. It's quite far though. Around 100 meters possibly, like maybe 50 meters around there as well. But back towards the Malaysian team, you do have this time is Gig Fam, and Sonic is actually playing Snipes on the other hand. I haven't seen Sonic that much when it comes to Gig Fam performance of Malaysia, but they do love the swimming. LAOS again start going all aggressive since the start this time, but I'm not sure there's a execution or just a knockdown. Chang definitely having a hard time to hold on a bit more longer. A lot of team having a bit of a clash in early phase here. We're talking about just the moment they drop themselves from the airplane. And 80 teams, it's not 16, it's 18. So the fact that some teams have to share certain compounds, sort of inevitable kind of fate.
Yeah, and like some teams, they like to drop on the side of Jogopool, just like Gig Fam from Malaysia. Unfortunately, the flight path doesn't favor them, so they need to find an alternative, considering as well that the circle is on the right side. But Thailand, on the other hand, so far it's okay for them. A pretty decent start, I'd say. Yes, they bump into Malaysia earlier on, but no big impact. So they just focus on the loot, and they're not too far from the circle. So I guess they'll be trying to find their ways back by playing a little bit more safer and probably having the mindset of see you in the final circle.
At this stage, I don't think it's safe is actually the correct word. It's whatever they have to work with. Venturas pretty much only have a Bison and one can of energy drink, level 1 of everything else, and now they chase over for Snipes. I'm not sure if they noticed about the Malaysian teams, but lucky enough, the swimming actually works out for them. But I have a bad feeling about it. I think they spot him out. And straight away they park themselves. There's Snipes. I have no idea how he can climb up that boat. Definitely that's not the way to go. He has nothing else. Oh, naked and afraid. There's going to be Snipes just building this. But how? Look at how they're circling around. They're going to just to secure this 1 point. Because this 1 point worth than 1 dime for the Thais.
I mean, to be honest, Gig Fam haven't had a good game since yesterday. We hardly see them, and whenever we see them, it's like, oh, their match just ended. Just like what happened in the first 2 games today in Ruins. So I'm not too sure what's happening with Gig Fam today. It's definitely not their usual self. And now they're being haunted by Thailand, by FaZe Clan. And it just so happened that when it comes to the drop spot, both of these teams, they prefer Jogopool. So that's why you can see that Thailand is going towards that side. And Gig Fam happen to be there as well. And if they have the opportunity to get a elimination point because they need to catch up to the number 1 spot, looks like Thailand might do that against Gig Fam.
I have a feeling about that as well. And speaking of being hunters for the Thais, especially FaZe Clan, they are the teams that are really going for early hunt when it comes to ERANGEL itself. Not just that, I'm waiting for the Cambodians. Are they actually pulling out the same strat, going all out for aggressive since the start, as they were in Sunhawk back then? But problem is, we do see a very concentrated Milta just now. I'm not sure how many teams actually try to capitalize that certain compound, but it's just overcrowding right now. Cambodians will mention this is APG Esports, Cambodian first team, trying to take this by themselves. Hopefully there's nothing else going to happen very soon. Naxin just taking his own sweet time to heal himself up. Apparently there have been a bit of early skirmishes, but they managed to get away with it.
Yeah, so it's good that they managed to get away from early fights. I mean, it's not the thing that you want, considering that the placement points are a little bit more generous in this tournament. So playing a little bit safe might be the way. But if you kind of think about it, like Cambodia in the previous round, they went all the way guns blazing. They were that confident, and they still managed to climb themselves up to number 3, putting themselves into the #1 spot in the overall charts. So maybe they can still play their regular game. I mean, just go around and shoot if they are that confident or if that's their regular play style.
I have a feeling they are trying to do the same thing here, but this is a bigger map. Definitely didn't work out well since the Myanmar is having their eyes onto as the Cambodians. They're all right, left and center, being surrounded just on top of Milta, and they're trying to run away, but it's a bit too late now, isn't it? I think damage has been done. All they can do is just do a little bit more damage control and try to bail this one out, because it doesn't work quite right here if there's nothing, no structures to take covers from except for a couple of vegetations, and only the geography-wise can work well for them. But on the low ground, it doesn't seem so right for the side of the Cambodians here. I think they need to get out.
Yeah. Well, at least they still have the circle, so they can still kind of take their time, but you don't want to spend too much time playing like this. I mean, we have seen a lot of this kind of scenarios. Both teams actually will... it's not good for both teams as you deplete your resources, trying to take this fight, trying to shoot and not getting anything out of it. So it's just a disadvantage overall, especially when it comes to facing off against other teams who have a free looting space and also probably better locations than them.
You know what? How do I say this in a polite way? Myanmar, every time they were trying to shoot down quite early on, they always got their objectives right, but they just having a bit of a problem to close things up. They didn't take the advantage on their side there. Every time there's one knocked down, should have gone for the rush. But on the side of Philippines versus Malaysia, they has been going on for quite a bit. They have exchanging bullets for quite some time. We do see a couple of knocked down, but now being revived, backed up due to the distance, I think around 200 meters across them. And Opti tried to play around with the smoke, who still have a lot of time to hopefully take covers, but not enough. Able landed that Kobe was such precision timing of that cook time.
Oh, very well cooked indeed. Gordon Ramsay will be proud of that. And Voki starting to move in together with the rest of Team Malaysia. They want to secure these elimination points. They got a chicken dinner yesterday. They want more today. And now Riff with the long range shot will not connect. And Shazam will get away.
Yep. Just gonna goodbye. See you next one. But the thing is, coming up from Malaysian teams, they sort of share the same fate with the Singaporeans, if you ask me. Always having such a rough start, with so many team skirmishes around and try to hunt them down, and at the same time they don't have any loot to work with. That's just really unfortunate start for them. Back towards the Philippines, Raimond, they lost 2. Man, that's heavy casualty on the side. Opti and Newbie lost along the process. And then they try to get themselves a better placement, or at least a better position to work with around any compound they can find. But seems like every place there, since we got 18 teams this time, every place they can find is actually occupied at the moment.
I know, right? It's like, you want to go there? And it's like, there's another team. You want to go there? There's another team. But this is the disadvantage of rotating late. If you choose to rotate late, which is neither right or wrong, the consequences is that you need to be ready for teams at your location, at your prime spot. And that will force you to continue to rotate, to move. And that is where people can gun you down, just like what we saw earlier with Malaysia shooting down moving vehicles. And that's not going to be a scenario that anyone wants to have, especially if it's still the second circle, especially if it's still 17 teams, whereby you get minimal points. So, I don't know. It's either you go super late or you go really early.
Sorry, I chuckled just now because the team coming up from Laos a bit paranoid. He had the movement of the vehicle, but he was looking the other way around. A bit confused there. Mernat boy, I'm not sure what happened. I think they fought against some Malaysian teams earlier. Quite a lot of resources being used early on and stuck in between. Now, this is not really a place where you want to cower, as a clumped up 4-1 grenade can actually rule them all. Back to his Laos, and they are the teams that don't really want to know what's happening on the outside world. They just want to be indoors, you know.
Yeah, they're like, okay, I'm happy with my house. I'm happy with my house. Laos.
It's too many
happy with the
things,
house.
too many viruses outside. So stay indoors, guys.
Stay at home, people. Stay at home, people. Let's do our part.
Oh boy. A bit quiet before the storm here. Definitely calm. But the moment it just shifts over to the third or fourth phase, that's where all hell break loose. Back to Nora in Mini 14. He scouted out over the Myanmar's team, but a bit hesitant to start moving. We can see the difference between the ties, and some teams just really have the advantage, but not using it to full potential. Just overthinking themselves way too much. Now the circle is gonna pop, it gonna shrink, and the next one we're gonna see who get himself. None of those actually in the center, the Medusa intersection is gonna be on top of Mansion, which the Bruneians again, Bruneians ESB holding this compound for themselves.
And Sensei Ryu, the Bruneian manager, will be very happy. He's actually watching the live stream right now. So shout out to Sensei Ryu. He's also a caster in Brunei as well. So shout out to fellow casters from Brunei. And shout out to everyone watching the live stream as well. Random people. Just going to shout you guys out. Renda Grace de la Rosa. We got John Queen Nones, Ville Josh. And the fight is happening again with Indonesia and Malaysia. Let's go.
Yep, as the circle shrinks, everybody want to have a good position, but it's all about the timing of rotation. Seems like one of them almost knocked down here. Indonesian are having a bit of a civil war between them. While the Bruneians are clapping at the side, maybe try to butt in as a third party, but Alvin making sure everybody that moves try to migrate themselves will be shot down. There's no clear way, everybody being choked right now the moment they want to move over to Mention. While Indonesia Gents are taking down on Malaysia Zappi. The rest of the Indonesian team number 2, which none other than Gids, getting themselves a very comfortable mansion to work with. It will park themselves with such a nice parking slot. But we have another team, Bigatron Ion, trying to pin down everybody that's passing by.
GDGIDS. If everyone knows the long acronym for their name, it's pretty interesting. It's Jesse's Dogma Glow in the Darks. Don't ask me why glow in the darks, but yep, it is what it is.
I guess a mouthful to actually pronounce every single word that is, so sometimes you just pronounce it halfway. So sorry, GD. Just GD all the time sometimes. But what's not gonna happen right now is Myanmar is having a tough spot to get out from this very small structure to work with. The moment they step out from here, it's gonna be an open field of battlefield, just being rained down by bullets. Now this is where the ties start to move here. We do know they have been quiet for a bit, and definitely they do know when to take advantage of the situation. And definitely the Myanmar's second team being ousted, while Tony K start to cook up some couple of good feisty grenades.
And there's going to be Naughty Boy. He's being a bit naughty. But Shroud down? Oh no. The guy who almost clutched earlier on. What a good player he is. But looking at his current location, should be able to be picked up. No issues there. It's going to be long range coming in from one of the Bruneians. So everyone's just like stamping onto their authority. Like, okay, these are warning shots. Don't come to my house. Stay in your shelter. But the fourth circle may change all of that.
Yep, with the Bruneians quite split between those teammates. Quite far apart. Oh, Kenzo, what a run down by the rest of the team. Singaporeans are ruthless. Oh boy. It's gonna be run, getting to the pump and just get it out of the way. Back out, tried to revive Kenzo. Kenzo just caught in an accident just now. Hopefully he got himself a good CPR from his teammates. But back out, definitely will build cloud of smokes, making sure they will cover it for temporarily, while the rest of the teams, we're looking at them busying themselves with the rotations or migrations. A great migration is happening as 20 more seconds before the circle shrinks, and Laos start to move as well, but being choked by Indonesian teams from behind.
Well, we have Philippines eliminated, unfortunately. But now we move over to one of the Malaysian teams. So this is going to be Geek Fan representing Malaysia with QB. Now Super Low, he'll be got a Miracle, the last man standing, is going up against the entire squad from Myanmar, and looks like they will go out 16th place again. Another minimal placement point for one of the Malaysian teams.
Oh boy, it's just dark days for the Malaysians right now. I have no clue what they were thinking. apparently having a hard time to cope up and adapt towards the South Asia, which we have 9 out of 11 countries participating right now. Black Hame, on the other hand, allows coming up with the rest of Calvary try to give a bit of a support just to make sure they can actually give him back up on his feet. But Noir 7 just gonna scout out, reposition himself at the edge of the blue to get extra crispy snack from the sidelines. Virgil, on the other hand, spraying it out. Noir getting on the eyes of the ties, yeah, but the ties is so hot to clip them down. Venturas managed to cover in the last minute while he covered himself in the blue, taking it out. Vaxi, on the other hand, tried to revive 2 of his teammates. No, he has to pick the one with the low HP first. Ares was crying out right just now. You can hear he cancelled out from taking on Nasty, but another team just arrived at the ties again.
Oh no, they're not done yet. Vex now needs to clutch this. It's going to be 1v2. Can Vex actually do it with the barrel? Vex now down to 10% health, and Vex will be gunned down. Aris, the last man standing right now. Aris, can he actually do this? Can he actually pull off a miracle clutch? But no, he will not. He was just picked up and immediately taken out right after.
Feels like Aris just casually spraying, like, yeah, having a great day, but in the end of the day, it's not enough manpower. It's just too casual coming up from him, but the Singaporeans again ousted just as well as their neighbor, which is going to be the Malaysian, but back towards the ties. Now, we mentioned about them. When it comes to the 4th circle until the 6th, they will not stop shooting for the ties. 2 of them still surviving for both tie teams and being sort of a stop denied towards the circle before they step in. There's so many bullets coming in towards their end. Indonesian just arrived as well. Now, which fight they want to pick first? With the ties, they try to obliterate, or they're going to decimate the one that's right across them.
Oh, Kizo now with a long range, putting pressure onto the other side, whereby Thailand is there. Thailand, they are playing by the edge of the circle. The 5th circle will be shown to us shortly, but now it's going to be Indonesia versus Thailand. Indonesia still a 3-man squad, while Thailand a 4-man squad, but they're super low at the moment. Nade after nade, landing onto Thailand. Everyone's critical.
Yeah, they're kind of stuck in between with the Bruneians actually eyeing out for the ties as well. Indonesians are making sure they take the advantage on their side too. Looking at that, Janta and also Exal, Forger is just cooking up nades after nades after nades. Making sure they're being crippled on the side of the ties. It's going to be FaZe Clan, no way out and no way home. There you go. Down. The entire team is going to be the Indonesians sweeping up the housekeeping and just going to have to face another team tapping it out from afar. It's going to be Brunei also too soon taking the advantage towards the side.
Oh yeah, the Bruneians, they'll be happy to be third party from afar though, but they don't have any more time. They need to move, they need to find a way into the circle, but just look at the amount of teams right in front of them. Now we move over to Singapore, Insider, the last man standing, cooking up Nate, tossing on the side of the Indonesians, needing to move. He only has 1 first aid with 50% of health left, but he's getting closer and closer to the Indonesians. And now trying to loot, nope, fake hope. No extra first aids for him so far. Can he make this one? Should be able to.
It's really sad coming from Insider. Well, he got himself an upgrade of loot. Definitely the med kit's really gonna help him quite a lot at this really dire moment. Back to its Kizo. Zico knocked down from the Bruneians. They're kind of stuck in between here. 2 teams having their eyes onto these Bruneians. Insider still taking his own sweet time to get into the circle, but oh boy, Indonesian didn't expect this much firepower coming up from the Myanmar across the street, downtown all the way. That's quite far, 100 meters apart. And while with the Bruneians bandit cooking up with a 5 seconds grenade cooking time, the Myanmar start to move forward. Another nade by the Bruneians, making sure they got themselves an opening just to advance. But it's just making it so hot with so many eyes, making sure they're scouting over. On guard duty is going to be Myanmar's, making sure nobody can actually move.
Oh, Genta will be run over by a car. But now we look at this WT17. We need to fight against the entire squad from Brunei. Right in front of him, he needs to fight into the circle. He'll be pressured by the blue anytime soon. The blue is starting to close in. He doesn't have any more space. I don't think he has a vehicle though. But the nade coming in, and the nade will land on the next in.
Cambodians really thriving to survive while the Brunei is having a bit of a civil war from far, 0.1 kilometers away. I'm not sure there's 1 kilometer, 500 meters maybe. But here comes the cavalry of Myanmar rushing in the smoke. There goes the spray, Loki and Tamio making sure the job is done and sealed. Now Romeo trying to go for the flame, but the blue is just not helping. Myanmar taking down Cambodia, but that retaliation last minute and the circle ended up in no man's land. What is happening?
Although they say roses are red, violets are blue, but looks like the blue is not the Juliet that Romeo wants, and unfortunately will be taken out by the blue as well.
Okay.
And now looks like Indonesia just need to move in. They are still quite far though, with about 150 meters and 20 more seconds on the clock.
Yep. But the blue is actually inside of the circle right now. It's going to be the one and only blue team. Brunei and ESB got himself the most comfortable place where everybody's just thriving and choked to death outside of it. We're looking at Indonesian team right far across on top of mention. That's going to be like, what, 200 meters away from where the Brunei's are standing right now. And it's just closing up the distance in between 50 meters. It's going to be Myanmar's right across them. Tomyu driving in, but it's going to be the enemy's lair of 4 men, Bruneians from ESB getting themselves a feast to take a Thanksgiving Day quite early. And this is just them not stopping. They got themselves the best place they can shoot from.
Exactly, it's the best position possible at this moment. They have a compound, they have a high ground, and just look at the farming here. And Indonesia will be eliminated by Brunei. Brunei now up to the top 3 team, but now Myanmar, Loki is trying to stop. His opponents were trying to make that rotation. Indonesia confirmed out. Loki is still standing, and this could be Brunei's game. I mean, they have the circle still.
I mean, like, if this is not their game, something must have been gone so wrong. This is theirs to take. There's no way they can actually slip this towards the other teams. And the rest of the teams, we're down to only 1 man left for Loki. And this is 1v4. This is an impossible for Loki, but still, that's going to be the chicken secured. Definitely again by the Brunei's. They're really stepping up their match on second day here.
Wow. From this round, I am so happy to see Brunei actually stepping up. I think Brunei, this year is Brunei's year. The last time we saw them, they came as underdogs. They got a lot of points as well. And this time we see them in this tournament, they are starting to turn out. Somebody put Brunei on the PUBG Mobile map. They need this recognition. They deserve the recognition in the world of PUBG Mobile.
Now, this definitely will make a huge impact when it comes to getting himself on top of the list of the top 9, since we're having 18 teams this time. So top 9, ESB again, I think, for Brunei #1 team. Get himself, I think both chicken dinners from Brunei are from deaths today. But it's just really remarkable performance coming up from Brunei, just stepping up their match and getting more confidence every single match. They're just building up their characters, their profiles is more prominent every single day passes.
Brunei. I mean, it's amazing to see a team that people don't really talk about when it comes to the world of PUBG Mobile. Now they're really stepping this up. But let's check out the highlights from the previous round. So it was a very action-packed game or round, I would say. A lot of action from the start till the end as well. And I guess that's what happens if you have 18 teams in a single map.
And also the circle just now was really hot for the players because it's quite open, and the moment you start firing, you just exploit yourself when it comes to your positions, and there's so many teams surrounding at one certain point, especially in the case of FaZe Clan of Thai. They didn't notice there's so many teams around them, 360 degrees, every single angle there's somebody there shooting, and they just open fire, attracted way too much attention. There's like, 3 teams actually divert their attention towards the Thais and just pin them down. And now I have to say, Bruneians, they just really calling out that judgment call, that calling shot from the IGL have to be on point.
Exactly. They are showing that they are worthwhile to be here, and their manager, of course, Senseru, is really, really happy. I see a lot of Brunei fans as well in the chat. So we have Wati Queen, we have Ikan, or just to translate, his name is Fish. Well, they're very happy at
Not
this
fishy
moment
at all.
with how the Brunei's are performing. Not fishy at all, for sure.
Congratulations again for the Bruneians. This is a dad day. And I'm loving the fact we're having different flags every single match. It just shows that everybody kind of waking up from their slumber and start to really get into the match and is like realize that this is actually a tournament. It's not just a scrimmage anymore. And this is building up throughout the entire 3 days. We're down to the next match, which is going to be still ERANGEL. But our problem is, can the other teams, especially for Singaporeans and Malaysians, they're pretty down there and just having a hard time to get themselves in a more comfortable situation.
Yep, but there's still a lot of games to go, including the next game. There's like 5 games in total to go. So who knows? They could still step up. And we do see that the Singaporeans are also trying to push as well. So they're not giving up just yet. But maybe it's not their time. Now it's Brunei's time. But who knows, in the final round in ERANGEL, anything can happen.
What's the real time here right now? I think it's going to be Aya's time to give us a bit of her insight. Is she really loving that match right now? I have to say that it was one of the best match we've seen by far today. And also, Aya, I think you're ready. Hopefully you have yourself chicken dinner as well today. But take it away, Aya.
I definitely had my chicken dinner earlier. Thank you for mentioning that, Chuchu. But I hope you had yours too. And I would have to say that Gordon Ramsay is indeed happy with what cooked here tonight. I mean, Brunei just showing that dominance because that was their second chicken dinner for day 2 for the PUBG Mobile series, and with Laos also getting that 1 win for today. And I've noticed how the teams are actually played it a little bit safer compared to the first 3 rounds we have, or first 2 rounds we had earlier today. And at some point they had to encounter each other in a clash, and Brunei just taking that win phenomenally, and that's amazing. And winning something like Battle Royale, it means more teams, more the lesser chances of you like getting the same win or getting that chicken dinner would be a little bit harder. But regions that shows the same or coming out victorious out of those matches will really show promise and performance that I hope they would keep that kind of momentum for the rest of the rounds that we have. And speaking of rounds, we're down to the last 1 round for day 2, and we still have 4 tomorrow with a total of 12 rounds overall. So stay tuned, guys. But before anything else, who would have thought that games would be this big? Mobile games in specific will be this big and will actually turn into an esports to esports. Basically, there's sports, there's esports. And have you ever thought of yourself to become the next esports star? You'd better be ready, of course. We need to have the latest tech for smartphones, because I know that skills is one thing, but having the gadgets or having the right gadgets for you also adds to that factor to just be at your optimum game. And how about cranking up your iOS and Android with the Razer Kishi Universal Gaming Controller? Yes, it's a controller for mobile games. Gain unhindered controls for your mobile games. It's with its clickable analog thumbsticks and ultra low latency gameplay. And again, we're getting to the last map now, that is ERANGEL. But for the meantime, we're just gonna have a short break and see you back again in the Razer Invitational 2022.
Rooftop party.
My mic wasn't turned on, but hello, welcome back, guys. Now we are down to the final map for day 2 of the PUBG Mobile series in Razer Invitational 2022. And yeah, I don't think we're gonna hold it for you guys any longer. So let's get onto it. Here's our casters from the beautiful land of Malaysia cooking up the next chicken dinner, and also with a slice of humor on the side, Sir Cloud and Choo Choo.
Thank you so much, Aya. Pleasant as always. Pleasing to hear her voice every single time, but it's gonna be me and Sir Cloud again, everybody. I'm so sorry, but only a glimpse of Aya today. It's never gonna be enough. Sir Cloud, we're down to the last match here for day number 2, our Judgment Day.
Yep, it's just like it's never going to be enough for us to watch the action that's about to unfold in a bit. And of course, this will be the 4th ERANGEL. As from yesterday, we played 2 ERANGELs. Now, today, 2 ERANGELs as well. And it's still not the Thai's day today. All other teams are starting to catch up.
That's kind of true, and this is where everything will premeditated what's going to happen about tomorrow. If they can actually push themselves when it comes to the middle of the I would say second last day. We only have 3 days here, so definitely they want to push all in for most of the teams that's actually at the bottom 18. We have 18 teams, by the way, everybody. This is what unique about Razer Invitational South Asia 2022. You guys have to keep your eyes out, because the moment you blink, one team will definitely be crushed. That's just how fast it is.
Yeah, I know, right? And that's how much action that we saw earlier on. It's a lot of action. But after all that action, Thailand is back at number 1 with 130. Number 2, not that bad, 105 points. Indonesia, 1 and 2 back-to-back, 103 and 97 points, followed by Thailand 2, 94 points. Malaysia 1 and number 6 with 87 points. Brunei 1, number 7, 82 points. Myanmar 1, number 8, 77 points. And Philippines 2 with 71 points at number 9.
Yep, it feels a bit awkward with Laos number 2 team. Actually, I have the only chicken quite lost in second page here. But the rest of the team on second page definitely having a lot of catching up to do, including Brunei 2, Singapore 1, Myanmar 2, Singapore 2, Laos 1, Philippines 1, Cambodia 2, and Malaysia 2. We're talking about the gap so huge between the 10th place to the first place. It's sort of almost multiply by 2 here. And speaking of which, you mentioned just now, Cloud, this is not the Thai's day, but look at number 1 spot. It's just them again.
I know, right? And if you look at an average by country, Thailand still has the highest average. Even if you want to compare like Indonesia, but overall average is still bigger on Thailand. So, well, despite them not having any chicken dinners, not putting up a big performance like yesterday, seems like it's still pretty much okay for them.
Still about the consistency. Always about getting the top 5, no matter what your positions or what the circumstances are. As long as they ended up in the top 5, they're going to be okay. That's just it. But here comes our flight path. This is kind of a rare to have a sort of a vertical flight path, honestly, almost straight, but it's very stable and very balanced out, splitting them out into 2 from up north down to Sernofka military base in it. I have to say this is pretty much fair enough for all the teams out there. 18 teams, by the way. 18 teams. You don't get to see this very often. I'm loving the fact that one day we have like 100 players in one match. Why not, right?
Yeah. There'll be the day if we do see a full lobby match. That's like what, 24 teams?
20 teams. Yeah, 20. Is it 20 teams? It's more than that.
No, we gotta do the math here.
I hate math. But you know what? If it's 20 teams, it will be just 80 teams. So add more another 4 or 5 teams. Yeah, it's gonna be 25 teams in total, 400 players.
Teams. Yeah.
It's just too crowded, honestly speaking. Imagine all 5 teams dropping into Pachinki. Man, that's gonna be really heated up the crossfires. It will be just crazy.
Oh, even the phones will be heated up as well. Imagine that.
It's just you rendering.
I know, right? Everyone will be stuck there rendering just because it's just too much for the phones to handle. So that's why they should get their Razer phones. Just saying.
That's very true. And also have to hear the footsteps of Hammerhead. If you guys have none, then you guys have nothing. It's not just about the skills, it's also about your equipments. And speaking of which, imagine if we have that much team sharing one same compound or town that's really famous and popular, like Pachinko example in ERANGEL. Imagine the loot they have to share. Would it be enough for 5 teams, honestly speaking?
I know, right? It's definitely not going to be enough. But look at the current circle as well. This will be a very tricky circle, and it could either go up or it could still be down. So there's a river split in between. That's not good news. So you have to loot fast, and you have to count your lucky stars if you get the circle at the end.
Yeah, I have to agree on this. The circle is very unpredictable due to the compound in between. Sometimes just hot shift all the way to Jogo Pool. We've seen shooting range on the outskirts of it, which is not impossible. Rosshawk is still in the fray. Yes, no, definitely will not be the last few circles since it's quite far off on the right side. But we do see a couple of shots early on. I'm not sure how many teams actually survive. It's actually one team out. I'm not sure what's happening right now, but 66 players is just in the game. So we have 72 players in total at first. And the Philippines, we're rooting for them as well. Don't forget to, cast out your support for your favorite teams up there, especially your countries here. Because these are the battle of countries. We do see the Philippines start to rush in. They want to take the first few fights against the Malaysian teams. Again, Malaysia, what happened to them?
Ooh, and unfortunately, it's Appy all alone. Voki's on the horizon, so he's definitely not going to be involved. Appy will be eliminated, so that's going to be another one out. So Malaysia 1 will be playing with 3 team members, and the Philippines managed to secure their first elimination in this round.
Now, I'm surprised how they were quite segregated for the Malaysian teams. Yeah, there's going to be Team 4 Rivals Alliance coming up for the representative of Malaysia country. And it's just really so random that actually just part ways in between, just caught up one person, Appy, in sort of a really stuck compound, couldn't get out from the singers for people. They just, all men for themselves at this rate. Who cares about teamwork? You just have to survive. That's what their strategy is at currently, seems like it.
Yeah, but it's 20 points if you get a chicken dinner, or if you get to survive up to a top 3 finish. And looking at Thailand, like what we mentioned, right? It doesn't seem to be their day, but when you tabulate all the scores, they seem to be fairly consistent, and consistency is the key. Doesn't seem to be the case for Malaysia. Now that Riff is down and no one is near him, looks like Philippines, they are playing the takeover game, just like how the Cambodians did.
Yep, they just sneak pick every single person they can actually see. This is what I mentioned about the Malaysian teams. I'm not sure what they have in mind. And this won't work out well for them. One team, the Cavalry, whole Cavalry just rush in. I didn't even think for another second to have an extra elimination points. Now, definitely this is going to be hurting quite a lot for Malaysian teams when it comes to firepower. Or they start to lose so much casualty, heavy ones in the early phase. It's still the first phase, almost 6 minutes into the match. Well, they already lost 2 men here. April and Vuki, it's like everybody for themselves, but it's not working quite right, and this is not the time for them to experimenting on new stuff. So we have only 1 match left for today.
Ooh, and April's actually at the water house, but April managed to get 1 knockdown, but it's just too much for him to handle. He'll be shot down from behind. And a Malaysia 1 down to Voki. Voki is still in Rosal, where the Filipinos are still there. I'm not too sure what April is doing out in the water house, though. He's super separated from his teammates.
I mean, Malaysia 4 Rivals Alliance, I have no clue what they're thinking right now. That's just it. I'm like, this is not going to work. And definitely, we do see the Philippines having their team comms quite head on. I would say on point, but it's not at this time. They're having usually 2 men to pick around the corners and to the compound, but this time it's only 1 person. That's quite reckless coming into this compound alone, as they actually dictated there's so many players get about. Voki trying to clutch it out, but it's just too much to handle. Now, this is a problem if you're playing solo in a different places for certain teams. Yes, you might get an extra elimination points at a certain time, but when there's one whole team, one whole cavalry to rush in, you cannot do that. There's no way possible for you to do that alone.
Yeah, exactly right. But well, I guess they didn't expect that as well because they are in the middle of the circle and they are in an urban area. So that's very early as well, coming in for the Philippines to actually try to take over Rosal. But it's a good move from them, I think. Now that they have Rosal, it's a big urban area and they have a lot of loot to play with. They have the middle of the circle. So I guess it's a good job here for Philippines overall.
Yep. Loving the fact they sort of ramp up their match or strategy just like how the Cambodians are today. And they have been doing so in yesterday's performance when it comes to ERANGEL and MIRAMAR, but it doesn't work out quite right when it comes to Sunhawk. But hopefully they are getting themselves a good run this time. But back to the Singaporeans. Now, I did mention about Singaporeans sort of sharing the same fate with the Malaysians. It's just, how can things go so wrong for them every single time? Is it really just unlucky, or did they really revise everything about, their rotations and their strategy, formations, and everything as such? Or they just, we're gonna go with the flow, whatever happens, just, chill out and just go with the flow?
Well, it does feel like they're really, really chill. Like, they just drop wherever.
Too
Like,
much.
I feel like dropping at the water house. So I just do that. Like, I don't even bother about my team. I just be there. And the rest of them just like drop individually in Rosal, not really moving when Philippines actually approach Rosal. No preemptive shots from the houses. So yeah, it does look like they just want to have dinner.
Like us.
Like us.
We're
Yeah.
starving.
I'm hungry.
No, we're kidding. We're starving right now. Imagine all the chickens flavored by the Southeast Asia recipes. There's so many chickens we can actually cook with different cultures in between. But here comes the circle that pops next. It's right on top of Rosok, right on the outskirts of it around the Motown. But question is it really going to end up there? Because we saw the circle in the previous match where it was really unpredictable, ended up in no man's land. But the one who actually can predict the circle will be the Oracle on this match. And definitely it's a hard task to do. But we do see an overpopulation on the center of the map just now. Now here it comes. The migration happens. Everybody starts to shoot.
Yep, overpopulation, that means a lot of fights about to happen. We just saw one early on. Cambodia still maintaining full squad. They haven't got any elimination points yet, but are they going to go up against Laos, who are currently playing with 3 players? And yes, they will. Shroud at the forefront. We have seen this guy's firepower. He definitely can shoot, so Laos better be careful of this guy.
Only 30 meters away to give a bit of a spray coming out from Cambodia versus Laos. Now, we do know these two teams are one that are really going out loose when it comes to early phase of the match. They want to get more blood in their hands, really thirsty for it. On the Laos teams, on the other hand, I don't think they have enough utility to work with. There goes another preemptive shot coming out from Nexin. He really cannot be patient, can't he? Look at that. He just wants to go in. I don't care anymore. There's no way home for me. I'm just gonna not live another day. Just go in and ram it out. The whole cavalry has arrived.
Let's go! We have seen it before in Sanhok. They're going to do it again, but looks like the opponent is just going to lead this. Lao is not going to take this fight, but Lao will need to fight. The long range shot coming in. But the moment they get away, Galaxy spots on one, and Galaxy with a long range, and Galaxy will get one for himself. Brunei will definitely secure this elimination point.
What a nightmare for Laos, from the pan to the fire and just straight digging their own graves there. The moment they go for this engagement a bit too late, missed opportunity. Bruneians has been waiting here for quite some time. They got their patience well paid. While from Malaysian teams, on the other hand, they saw the Laos team as well. It seems like they're attracting way too much attention here. But the moment Miracle open fire, definitely Bruneians will divert their attention towards that side. So this is like make it or break it for Laos. They just have to run. They just don't want to fight anymore. They had enough. They just want to get a bit of a covers and take a breather and reassess the situation.
Yeah, they might as well. Looking at the current situation, not only it's overcrowded, the circle is starting to close, and they might as well wait out for the next circle at this moment. Just try to find a sweet spot where they can just lay low. But really,
Oh,
I don't know
no.
where it would be. Oh no, exactly. Philippines is there. It's like, oh, they go up there. Ah, newbie is there. Oh no, where do we go now?
I feel so bad for them. Every single place, Laos team number 2 going out. It's just another new victim for a different predator here. We're talking about Philippines next, gonna eye out for the Laos team. I feel just so bad for them. But the Bruneians, this side is going all out. They're gonna fight the Cambodians
Oh.
head on. These are the two teams that really love bloodbath in the early phase. While Bears trying to scout out for Indonesia's team across him, Globals trying to just get a leeway out, but there's no way. Being choked around the corners, Cambodia team making sure the Bruneians will not leave this building no matter what happens.
Oh, and they managed to take out their star man, Shroud, the guy who almost clutched a 1v3, but he got a 1v2, so you got to give it to him though. So the Bruneians, they're showing their strength, they're showing their tenacity in this round. Looks like they might be the team that will go in for blood, but here we go, back to the Cambodians. They definitely want more than just one, and Miracle will go down to 27.
Yep, at the moment, Miracle shot is being fired against Laos number 2 team just now. They gave away the position. This is what happened if they didn't scout things first and gather the information. Philippines rushed in. What a reckless move coming up from the Philippines. This is key esports just bowing down on their knees, and Monboy just stuck here on the bridge. Monboy.
Oh no, what a bad moment for Monboy to be stuck there, unfortunately. So his team basically fought with a handicap.
Monboy just stands on top of that bridge. And the entire team was screaming to their death. My goodness me, that was a nice defense coming up from Snipes. But the Philippines, I thought they had the team comms going on the moment they rushed in. They made an entry, but the team comms seems to be a bit wonky with their stuck. The bug is stuck in the river, but it's not done yet. Another Philippine team's Rhyme 1 being ambushed by team. I think that's going to be Malaysian just now, who just done with their match. But was it really Malaysian teams? I think there's so many teams around the corner.
Oh yeah, there's like Malaysia there, there's Philippines, there's Cambodia. Everyone's trying to get that middle spot because that middle spot has a lot of high ground, so everyone will secure a good location. Now, look at the current circle, it's still kind of 50-50-ish that it could go up or go down. But and look at the airdrop, it doesn't help as well. The airdrop is somewhere in the middle in the small island on the left side, so that's also not giving away any clue. But now we have an airdrop in the middle, so I guess, you know, there's always this theory of like the circle will follow the airdrop, so you might as well.
Yep. I mean, like, but sometimes it's a bluff, you know. You don't want to heavily put your theory into that because sometimes the bluff happens and that's where it's going to hurt. Like how Blackheem being tanking out the blue for quite some time here. There's Team Laos number 1, Star-Lord. Now we're swapping over to Myanmar, who start to rotate as well, who's been tailed by a different team behind, I think, very closely. Just on the outskirts of Roshok, we do have more teams at the center of it. I think Laos, team number 2, just now still survive no matter what, but that is just really tough to beat them. Now, Bruneians happens to start a challenge against Indonesian team 2. Bruneians, who got themselves a chicken previously, really going all out. That boosted up their morale and confidence, really taking the fight head on this time. I say too daring, sometimes overconfident will be your bane here. You have to be extra careful.
Extra careful as well for Lao, as they're still on the outside of the circle with 10 seconds left, and Long is actually tanking out the blue, but looks like it's not going to be good news for Genta from Indonesia. He's been pinned down and he's been spotted out, but at the same time, Nasty from Singapore will be gunned down and will be taken out by Bear from Brunei.
Yep, Indonesia now having a civil war. While the ones actually winning, the ones actually not taking the fight here, which is going to be the third party right across the outskirts of Yasnaya. it's going to be two teams of Indonesian and want to battle out who's the better presenter for the team. Now, Chang cooking up the nade. Want to finish off Genta straight away. Fajar try to rotate, going for the blind spot or at the rare side. He wants to make sure all the teams coming out from behind them, which on the northern side, will be covered. Well, we do have a couple of swimmers already in the start of the game until now. They kind of parked themselves in a very awkward position here.
And the vehicle is still active, so if anyone guns down the vehicle, blows up the vehicle, they might be taken out too. So they are taking that risk of parking the vehicle. That's the other, but there's not much of a choice because it's still the fourth circle. They still need those vehicles active.
That's kind of true. Hopefully nobody's shooting at them, but Skynim being just taken to his knees by Tiny. We do know when it comes to Tiny, these guys are grenade gods. They know exactly how to do the projectile with such perfection. And that's going to be Newsy finishing off the job easy breezy. That's definitely them. Not even any sweat on their brows to get them secured. Now, Bruneians, on the other hand, really having a tough run just now, but they still have room to improvise, adapting towards the situation along these walls. They have a bit covered and have the high grounds. They have a couple of smokes to go through, but it's going to be okay for them. Still, they can revive all their mates, but the rest of their team, we're down to only 12. Myanmar start to move again, the Singaporeans.
The Singaporeans going down to the Myanmars, and not too sure if they're out or are they still representatives. But Philippines jumping into the water. Okay, that's kind of interesting though that the Philippines drove into the water and the water is on the outside of the circle. I'm not too sure what's going through their minds of going outside, but looks like that's the answer. They've been shot at, so they're forcing themselves into the water. But little do they know, there's Lao waiting for them in the water.
They've been swimming forever. And it's been theirs to take for the rivers. Here comes the mermans. Will be fished out by the fishermen. This is going to be the Thais having such a good, pleasant day. I'm talking about them fishing out every single fishy. And it's time for them to get rich with their elimination points. Now, Newsy cooking it up. Seems like a perfect angle. And there's no way out from this turmoil for the teams that actually opt out for swimming. And I'm like, this is... tough to watch.
Yep, it's
brutal.
It's definitely there's nothing that they can do in the water. Like newbie and backup will be just like, we're trying to swim as far as possible, but it doesn't help that they're on the outside of the circle. Now newbie will be taken out by Gotuni, and it's now down to one more player that's in the water. But even then, he does have the circle, so I'm not too sure where he's gonna go. And look at the circle; it is a tough one.
Yep, it's way up to the northern side, and we did actually said, never predicted the circle based on an airdrop just now. You saw how different it is when it comes to the airdrop. It's not even inside the circle. And everybody opt out for swimming, and it's like the fastest way to get in with the vehicles, definitely with the Thais and Singaporeans right on the southern side. But we do have another Thai team here of FaZe Clan going in for the rush and for the run, try to take this corner on the southwest, and they spot out Bruneians. They're just going to continue shooting, never stop spray and pray, and going for more. Look at how much utilities they have been used and keep it throwing.
Yeah, non-stop. There's the moment where you use all your utilities. And now Brunei is trying to get into the circle. At the same time, we can see that Newsy managed to get a couple of knocks onto their brethren. Looks like it's going to be a civil war between the Thai teams. And Tony K is the last man standing, going up against the other Thai team, that's Infinity.
Oh boy, look at how the grenade just tossed out just now. And this is the best scenario for all the other teams that try to contend themselves in the center of the circle. Now Logan and Tony K having a go. There goes another nade. While Newsy spot out the Indonesian teams like this is mine to take, but will he be able to take them though? That's quite far apart. It's going to be like 100 meters apart. Well, we have Logan valiantly just openly giving himself away, the position in the middle of an open street, while the Malaysians still holding on to their last thread. Yes, Knives rushing in for the Mushroom Tower. Knives going for double take! What was that? Willingly throwing their bodies, Indonesian team. What just happened?
Snipes! Oh, just took a nade there, but Snipes with an M249 managed it down 2. And Sonic should be able to pick up Slice, but he needs to do it fast as Becca is getting to get closer and closer. Becca is now tanking out the blue. Becca is getting onto the sniper tower. Slice should be able to be picked up by then. And Slice, oh, so there's Zakaria actually on the second floor.
Oh no. I'm not sure if they have any clue about that, but Snipes definitely heard the footsteps. One footstep, he can hear that. So Nick's knocked down again just now. Indonesian team is, there's two Indonesian teams that have to fight across. But for Myanmar, ooh, Loki! That's really low, and hopefully he's not being discovered at all. Just one shot on that buggy, it's going to be exploding, and he's gone. Now, he opened up the cloud of smoke to build a couple of bridges for him to move forward, but on the side of Snipes and also Malaysian team, they're quite being choked here, and Loki definitely being discovered by the Singaporean team. That's an easy finish off for the entire team, while the Brunei still at it going.
Oh, too bad for Loki. Couldn't keep himself low-key enough. And now, for these teams,
Wow.
Loki will not be the answer. They need to move. Zakaria is still on the second floor. So is Malaysia going to move or not? Now the blue will force them to do so.
No, I don't think they have any clues. Sakari is still here, but definitely heard the footsteps. The moment he jumped down, they can spot him out. He tries. What a valiant effort, but that's going to be the last member of Indonesia team. One of it, Indonesia number 2 team's out. We're down to 3 more teams only, with such a very fast response for most of the players. Indonesia 1 team going against Brunei again. They caught the circle right in the palm of their hand. I have no clue how they managed to rid this one out.
Whoa, and it's a fast game. Look at this, it's the 6th circle, but we are now down to the top 3 teams. And Brunei have a very good chance of securing this chicken dinner. Now, Indonesia, 2 more active players, and there's 1 more team with maybe like 2 more players. Brunei, they have a full squad, but oh, I say too soon. Global will be gunned down, but he still can be picked up. Fajar will be finished up by Asal. Brunei has the circle and still have a good chance of securing their chicken dinner.
I'm not sure that my crews are going to work at this kind of distance. It's going to be 100 meters away, almost 50 feet apart between themselves. There goes Bear. Right, it's stopping now. Almost shredded. Basket got it within that smoke. What a nice spray. It just connects, but Genta still not being sealed by Bear here. There's going to be a bit of a problem. He's being revived. The Indonesian teams quite far apart from each other, but the problem right now is the one team that didn't give enough attention in between. What team is that? It's the pink color. What team is that?
Yeah, we'll need to wait until our camera pans over. But I think it's Singapore, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. But what I'm sure is that Brunei right now, they have 14 elimination points. Already 14 elimination points. And here's a confirmation. Yes, it is Singapore. So it's either Singapore, Indonesia, or Brunei for this chicken dinner.
Yeah, very close one. Alvin, too far to help his mate. Piasao definitely know where he's at. He wants to fish him out. There goes the spray, but he's really close of getting the pixel shot done. He's just too much smoke. Elvin, oh, he's burning. Oh, barbecued Elvin. Definitely not with the chipmunks this time. And Elvin really what a nice Kobe. Piasao, that was nice grenade. Giving himself more opportunity to work with room this time. Definitely Brunei. Can they get another chicken dinner here?
Will it be record-breaking here from Brunei? Will it be a 3rd chicken dinner from Brunei? It looks likely 4v2. It's going to be the Bruneians against Max and Quest version from Singapore. What are they going to do here? Unless they can pull off a big clutch. But just look at the spread from Brunei. They have all their grounds covered. They just need to spot out exactly where the Singaporeans are at. They spot out 1. One goes down. It's going to be Max against the 4 from Brunei. And Brunei will take home their 3rd chicken dinner. Record-breaking round for Brunei.
And it's the same Brunei 1 team again of ESB taking another chicken on day number 2. Triple chicken in a day. We definitely have to start trying out Brunei's menu for our dinner today, Cloud.
Nasi katok, it is. Nasi katok, it is, ladies and gentlemen. Nasi katok, it is for dinner. I don't know where I'm going to get it in Kuala Lumpur. But Nasi Katok is the Bruneian menu. My, oh my, Brunei. 2022. 2022. Somebody recognize Brunei.
I mean, like, this is a groundbreaking moment. We just talked about them in the previous tournament. They have huge potential, but they're not being under the limelight enough. and haven't been in professional scene that much, not much of exposure, not much of tactical being exposed towards them, not much of tournament being organized there as well, but they have so much to offer. Even the Razer Invitational C South Asia 2022, they can bring such a high tier quality game for us. This is just phenomenal performance by Bruneians today.
I know, right? Like the Bruneian fans are going wild in the chat, like from the previous chicken dinner. Of course, we're from the future right now, but from the previous chicken dinner, what an amazing people from Brunei. We'll check out the highlights in the meantime. But shout out to the Bruneian fans. We have Bendeka Rabah, we have Upper Irfa, we have Pubgm. We have a lot of Bruneian fans in the chat today, and rejoice, ladies and gentlemen. Who knows? If Brunei can be consistent enough, they might take home this championship.
I mean, like, we're looking forward for their more groundbreaking historic moments in the future. I mean, like, this is a country, a very small but with a huge number of talents, and their talents are very big people as well, like we mentioned with our previous talk. I mean, like, they are one of the country that nobody actually even considered to have a PUBG Mobile team, and they're just giving us such a tremendous amount of good players there, and they just racked them so. I mean, like, so many times they predicted where the last circle again. They hog over the last circle after such a very quiet round at first. Even the ties couldn't hold it in this time.
I know, right? It's like the saying goes, size doesn't matter, and this is Brunei. It doesn't matter what your country size is. If you can produce this kind of quality, these kind of players, we've seen these players before in other tournaments as well. Consistent, bringing into this tournament again, consistent, and they're not going up against like small teams. They're going up against big teams like FaZe Clan, like the Infinity, like Four Rivals and Gig, and all these teams, and they're still making it happen.
I mean, like, they haven't been in any pro teams or any professional scene. Like, we haven't seen Brunei as a whole team to, you know, be in the official pro league ever, but they just, you know what, we don't care. We just gotta go in and do our thing. And even my manager said, Bruneians, he's doing it like this. Thumbs up, guys. Just what a incredible performance.
Wow. Brunei, you have just graduated, at least in my books, to be recognized in the world of PUBG Mobile. They definitely need more limelight. They definitely need more recognition. Put Brunei on the map in PUBG Mobile esports. Well deserved. I want to see more of Brunei in the future, but of course, that's tomorrow. I want to see more Brunei in action tomorrow. Come on, bring it up, Brunei.
I mean, like, we're also looking over Cambodia, who's actually... Wow, I mean, everybody has nothing else to lose. It's just really going cray-cray. I mean, that was insane place today. And we're looking over things that are sometimes comical. I have to say, there are comical moments, definitely. Questionable, definitely. But it means that not everybody can maintain their top spot if they are too relaxed, you know? So they have to really push themselves, adapting to it, whatever the challenges might be in the future, and they have to keep the consistency going, because that's what it is about, especially in this tournament for Razer Invitational South Asia 2022. The format and the system is way different, but they can adapt it so fast within just 2 days of matches.
Yep. I mean, they turn things around just today itself. And this is them just adapting to the tournament, knowing, just looking back at the other teams, seeing how they perform, seeing how they play, how they rotate, and countering those teams, those big teams, especially like giants like Thailand and giants like Indonesia even is a big PUBG Mobile region. And they are stepping up their game. 3 chicken dinners today. It's equaling the record of Thailand yesterday, in fact.
Yeah, that's kind of true. But we're gonna miss our host here today for Aya. Can we get Aya into the screen as well, please? I think, Aya, you have to take the mic away this time. So just bring your game on. Not yet, is it? Just go for it. Oh, we need to wait. I can't. Hello?
Hello, guys. That was like, I feel like they keep adding different styles of chicken dinner right on the menu for Brunei, right? Making me
I mean, like, look
hungry.
at Aya
Or-
expression, just like, hello, guys.
Hello. Hello. I'm like suddenly in the scene, like, oh, I'm here. Oh.
We missed you, so yeah. What do you think of today performance? Like, we've seen, yesterday was Thais all the way, so today's like Brunei. Have you ever tried Brunei food before?
Not yet. Not yet, but I think I would love to. I would love to try their chicken. Looks like it's a winning chicken dinner. Maybe I could also win some games if I try that Brunei chicken. But actually, well, what I've noticed is that how you were right about the teams being consistent. I think Brunei was consistently changing and adapting, changing their strategy and adapting to different situations in the game, which worked more effectively for them each round. So I think taking that win, and now I think I see them as one of the powerhouses. Powerhouses in the game. What about you guys? I've actually been wondering, like, with all the obvious titans here, we've got Thailand, we've got Cambodia, Indonesia, and now Brunei coming in as a contender. Do you think that what are your predictions for tomorrow, for the last day of the PUBG Mobile series? Let's start with Sir Cloud wearing the toga and the graduation
wow.
outfit.
Oh man, yeah, that's my and it's not rented though. This is actually like genuine. But anyway,
Flexing, yeah.
I mean,
I'm not
of
sure
course,
that, yeah.
I mean you don't get it all the time. But okay, if you asked me yesterday, it was Thailand. Today,
Mhm.
I don't know. But I really want to see
Oh no.
like a team. I really want to see a country like Brunei stepping out. A country that we don't talk about much when it comes to the world of PUBG Mobile. If they can take away the championship, I'll be so happy for the Bruneians.
I mean, like, this is
Actually,
a.
alright.
I mean, like, this is quite a exciting scenario for us, but it's quite a scary prospect for the teams that's really comfortable up there. Speaking of which is going to be Thais, they cannot be too comfortable because of there are so many teams coming up very fresh and very new, including the Bruneians this time, just slowly creeping into the charts here.
Brunei still kind of in the top 10, right? Like I'm actually wondering how are they still not in the top 5 ranking as of today, with especially with the performance that they showed.
They're definitely on number 2 right now, so there's so many chickens on their side. So yeah, it's like
Oh, sorry,
slowly.
that's Brunei. Brunei 2. I was looking at Brunei 2. That was their other team, but yes, so many chickens right there. So obviously the 3 chicken dinners and the 2 chicken dinner. Oh no, actually that's 3 also. So they've come to the same numbers as of now with Malaysia with that 1 win. And so I think tomorrow is going to be really exciting, guys. Do you have what can we expect? What lineup? What are we gonna see tomorrow for the final day of the PUBG Mobile?
Wow, I think we can expect a lot of action tomorrow. I think everyone's going to give it their all, considering that it's going to be the last 4 games and will determine who will be the champion after that. And this is a really exciting tournament. I mean, not only teams that we don't expect starting to step up, but it's exciting
Yeah.
to see like teams really going for it. Even you can see like the Cambodians, they're working really hard in every round. Like, okay, they know they need the points. They start to play a little bit more aggressively to get those elimination points. Everyone's starting to like, have their own style of trying to get the top spot.
Yeah,
It's gonna,
yeah, I've noticed.
Hey, where's Marie? Where's Aya? Where's no
Yeah.
Aya?
I'm here.
We need Aya.
No!
We need Aya.
Oh no! Listen to the sound of my voice. This is your conscience speaking.
Hey, by the way, I just read the chat. Somebody called Maria, said they will send it. But I'm not sure if it's gonna be true. It's too good to be true. They want to send it with their nasi katok for the casters. I'm not sure if I think you should include the host as well. I want to try some in Brunei's meals, so we could nasi katok.
Oh, that's
It's also rice. So Asians rice is
okay.
like
Yes,
Yeah.
you're rice eaters. So I think we'll also be seeing a different map for tomorrow, Miramar. yeah, Miramar,
Yep.
and then Sandhog. And before we wrap up everything today, I mean, that was a phenomenal matchups, and I think it's just going to keep getting better. Can we just acknowledge again, Sir Cloud Stoga in graduation outfit? We just want to say congratulations, because I think you're graduating tomorrow from your masters.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
right. So I picked this up today. So it's not
Uh-huh.
like a outfit that sometimes you go to a rental shop and then you get it. It's like this. This is like genuine, guys. This is like, yeah. So I'm super excited.
Yes.
But thank you, Aya, as well for shouting that out.
Hey Cloud, I'm passing my hammerhead. Can it like go through the screen here for you?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna see
Wait,
some
wait.
Yeah,
magic.
there you go. Yeah, it's there. It's there.
Oh
Movie
wow!
magic right there.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Well, we're just
what
too cool for this.
I know, what a lovely graduation gift right there. I mean, he's not just graduating from human resources, it's humor resources. I think I'm also adding up a magic resources for now. Like, something you can add in your resume, can do magic. On screen
Wow.
magic. But but yeah, with that said, thank you so much, Choo Choo and Sir Cloud, for just bringing life for today's tournament. I mean, you guys rest up. We're gonna have more for tomorrow, and that is a wrap for day 2. And again, still the final day is tomorrow, same time, same place, 5 p.m. onwards here on the Team Razer FB page. So come along, come on, come on, and don't forget to like and follow so you don't miss a thing. So you won't cry at the end of the day that, why wasn't I able to see Choo Choo and Sir Cloud today, and the matches from the awesome regions representing Southeast Asia. So you gotta like, you gotta follow, you gotta see first, and you don't want to miss tomorrow, because tomorrow is the day that we will declare who will be the grand champions for the Razer Invitational PUBG Mobile Series. Of course, special thanks to Razer and Tier 1 Entertainment for making this tournament possible. But that is all for now. Don't miss us too much. Once again, this is I, Maria, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night.
Make it clap. Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 Make it clap. Rooftop party, we get naughty. Go, 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 go,
Make it clap.